The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are like looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework, at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the underwater domain awareness framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center.
Okay. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get started. Sorry, we are a little late. I think the weather in Pune and a lot of people are a little unwell, and we have a little less number that we expected. We expected about 100 people, and there are a lot of registrations online also. Some people have joined, many people will join. It's a very long program. I will not take much of time now. I will hand over to Prachi, my very good friend. Uh, I don't want to dare to introduce her. She will introduce herself because she's doing some very fantastic work. And we are blessed in MRC that we have some friends and collaborators who are helping us in many ways. So over to you, Prachi. Please introduce yourself first, because that's, I think, important for people to know who you are. And then we take it forward from there.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much, sir. I'll just take this mic because I don't think you can see me behind the podium. Uh, Hi. Yes. I'm very happy that all of you are here, and I was really looking forward to this day because when you have in one room esteemed guests like all of you, you know it's going to be the start of something remarkable. My name is Prachi Shivgaonkar. I'm the founder of a citizen-led app for climate action called Cool the Globe. And my team has had the honor of handling media and communication at MRC for the past 2 years now. So in that capacity, I'm happy to be here with all of you. And before we start this event, I want to talk for a bit about why we are here today. India stands at the brink of a remarkable transformation. I think you'll all agree that we see ahead of us some years of poised growth in front of our country. It's a good time to be here and to be doing what all of us are doing. Over the past 75 years of independence, we've laid out a solid foundation, and now it's time to take bold strides into the future. The maritime domain has also seen a significant shift. The Honorable Prime Minister launched the vision of SAGAR, security and growth for all in the region. And it envisions India as a key leader in the Indian Ocean region and beyond. And here at MRC, we're looking at the underwater domain awareness as a tool to help realize the vision of SAGAR. I've had the honor of witnessing the pace at which the UDA framework has grown, and rightly so. The UDA framework has the power to synergize resources and pooling of resources and synergizing of efforts for the realization of SAGAR vision. I see in front of us some very esteemed guests, and that's a wonderful start to the event. But to achieve anything at all, we think that we first need skilling and capacity building at multiple levels, and that's why we are here today. Um, we are here to institutionalize the skilling ecosystem with a series of 4 workshops. And now that we know why we are here today, we must talk for a bit about who made this happen. We are very grateful to the H.T. Parekh Foundation for supporting us in this initiative. event is a genesis of collaboration between Maritime Research Center and the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence. So we are very thankful to the board members of the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence, Malhotra sir, for being the vision behind this initiative. And of course, we are very grateful to COEP for being a gracious host this evening. And most of all, we are very grateful to all of us who are here today to witness the beginning of this series of workshops. Thank you for being a part of this vision. So I now invite all the speakers to start this remarkable initiative with the lighting of the lamp. Please, President sir, Satavane sir. Yeah. Can we have? Yeah. Please be seated. Please, I request the speakers to be seated on the dais. Very honored to be able to start this event today with an address from Mukesh Malhotra sir. Sir is the vision behind making this event happen. He's the chairman of the governing board of the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence. He served as a managing director at Wickfield for almost 3 decades now. He's been past president at MCCI and is the founder trustee of Pune International Center. He's also the vice chairman of the Malhotra Wickfield Foundation. And since we are talking about skilling, the Malhotra Wickfield Foundation provides scholarship to students in pure sciences. So thank you so much for being here today. I welcome you, sir, and call upon your address.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you and welcome to this workshop, the beginning of this workshop. You might all be wondering what I am doing here and what my role is. Just want to tell you a little bit about the fact that I represent the Malhotra Wakefield Group. I'm the chairman of the company and of the Malhotra Wakefield Foundation. Our main focus in this foundation is both education and skilling, as Prachi just said. And we started this Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence Pune in collaboration with Swiss companies, primarily to provide the youth of today with the skills of tomorrow and not the skills of yesterday. We have three verticals under the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence, one being agriculture, where our goal is to double or triple the income of small farmers, marginal farmers. We have already graduated about 1,600 students in that, and with an 85 to 90% success rate, where marginal farmers who otherwise were making between 80 and 90,000 rupees per year, not per month, have been brought up to about 2.5 lakhs per year. They're making that much money now after learning what to do. The Center of Excellence for Manufacturing Technologies of Tomorrow, we are starting with the academic year this year in June, where we will be teaching things like mechatronics, electric mobility, IoT, robotics, all the skills that are going to be required for tomorrow. And the third most important skill for tomorrow is the underwater domain studies that we have taken up with the MRC under the very, very able chairmanship and directorship of Commander Arnab Das, because we really did feel that this is one area of studies in this country which has been pretty much neglected. And the importance of that can be gauged by just one simple single fact, and that is that whereas the land mass of our country is 3.8 million square kilometers, if I'm not wrong. The exclusive economic zone in the oceans, which belongs to our country and which can be properly, taken care of by us and can be, the rewards from that can be reaped by us, is 3.1 million square kilometers, which is, I mean, about 85% of the land mass. Now, given that, and given the importance of the ocean, even from the security and strategic angle, the fact that we have very little knowledge about our exclusive economic zone, about our coastal services, and so on, is I think, to say the least, shocking. As Ambassador Mudgal put it, that we are, it's about time we did it. We are already too late. So this is what motivated us at the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence to start the third vertical of underwater studies. And obviously, we knew nothing about it, but Commander Das has been working in this area for a long time. He has a lot of knowledge and a lot of background in this particular subject. And we will be also starting our, actual workshops and classes for training and skilling in this field in another month or two. And this particular set of workshops was set up in order to sensitize more and more people and to get more and more people to understand the importance of this particular field and how much, what a large role it can play in the future economy and security of our country. I mean, the fact that most of the underwater studies or underwater surveys, etc., have been carried out by foreign, companies or foreign nationals tells us how poorly we are managing our data. I mean, we are giving away all our data to people abroad who can use it or misuse it, and that is why also underscores the importance of keeping this data, firstly creating the data by ourselves and keeping it with us in order to exploit it as well as is possible for the good of our nation and not for the good of the rest of the world. Also, with the geopolitical situation that is happening, where China is flexing its muscles and has developed probably the second largest blue water navy in the world and wants to dominate at least all the oceans around itself, which includes the Indian Ocean region, where we are a very large part of. I think from the strategic point of view, underwater studies and ocean studies is very, very important for us to be able to counter what China is doing. I just read just the other day that China has already been carrying out research and all sorts of studies of the Indian Ocean region, where actually India should be the first country to be doing it, but we don't have the skills. I also understand that reliably that take underwater welding, for instance. We don't have underwater welders in our country. We import them from other countries and we pay them salaries of as high as $2,000 per day, not per month, in order to come and do our underwater welding. So obviously, again, we are giving away all our underwater welding and pipeline and cable data to the rest of the world because we don't have underwater welders with us. So training of that kind is also something that we hope to do at the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence in collaboration with the MRC, and create our own underwater skills, so that all that we need to do, we do here, and we keep that data and knowledge within our own boundaries and not share it with the rest of the world in a negative manner. So thank you very much for being here, and I wish this workshop all success, and I hope that this will be the start of many, many more studies and many more, steps towards, learning more and more about the underwater, resources of our nation and of our country. Thank you very much, and I wish you all good success. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It's because of sir's vision that this day has even been possible, and he supported us in the most difficult times. And in our dream to institutionalize the skilling framework, we can see from his address that it has already begun. Now, for our next speaker, I think COEP has been a big part of all our lives, everyone who is in Pune. I think Malhotra sir is from COEP. Yes, yes. both of President Bhargava sir's children are from COAP. My mother is from COAP. So everybody knows somebody who's from COAP. So it's a special honor today for all of us that we have the Vice Chancellor of COEP here with us, Sataune sir. He has co-authored several books for UG courses in electronics. He's the recipient of the prestigious Professor SVC Ayya Award for Best Teacher in Telecom. And he's the most sought after faculty in many conferences. So it's really our honor to welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Prachi. Good morning, all. Great morning, all, rather. Experts and missionaries in the domain of underwater who are sitting on the dais. Malhotra ji, Ambassador Mudgal ji, Pradeep ji Bhargav, who is both. I'm really heartened to know that Malhotra ji is COEP alum. And then both son and daughter of Bhargav sir learned at COEP. And Dr. Arnab Das, who again is the authority in the underwater domain. Of the dais, I see many authorities in this domain. My friend, Dr. Devsarkar, and the participants who are present offline, online. Good morning, all. I am, as an individual, I'm distantly connected with this domain, but I'll be mentioning when I conclude my so-called inaugural talk, I'll be mentioning about my research, which my student has just begun to do in this exciting domain for all of us. I must mention something or inform something about COEP, this great institute, to all of you who are present online and in person today. 169 years old institute, all of you know that, 1854 established, third oldest in Asia, contemporary of IIT Roorkee, and the list of engineers and alumni which this great institute has produced is really, really illustrious and towering. It starts from none other than Bharat Ratna Vishweshwaraya, all of you know him, right? And then in his remembrance, he is known as first accomplished engineering statesman of the country. His birthday, 15th of September, we celebrate as Engineers Day, and we should be proud of him. And the list is really goes infinitely long. Recent addition is Lakshman Narsihan, who's the CEO of Starbucks, and all alumni brought the laurels and accolades to this great institute. The COEP's teaching learning model, education model, was so-called very applauded around the centenaries, I should say, and then acknowledged, recognized across the globe. And Silicon Valley is built out of COEP alumni. We proudly say it. And then last 2 decades, we were autonomous. Autonomous means academically autonomous, but still affiliated to Pune University, Savitribai Phule Pune University. And we really leveraged heavily on that academic autonomy. We polished our academic model, education model, so as to say. And then beyond any imagination, we innovated disruptively in our academic education model. And when we did that, we also sorted that COEP is known, recognized for its education. And it should be also formally recognized now in terms of its research. So we were mentored by our closest IIT Bombay. We had many professors one-on-one. We had good rapport and relations with them. Many of my colleagues did their PhDs and masters at IIT Bombay. And then we were closely mentored by them. And under their mentorship, we also aggressively pursued our research program. COAP today is also recognized for its good amount of research, quantum of research, and quality of research also. So we always used to be a destination of brightest of all students from the state, actually. And then we became university last year, 22nd of June, 2022. A long awaited kind of status to this great institute. We went on missing the buses many, many times in the centenaries. And we were to be probably IIT of the state in 1960s. But I don't know, something happened. My seniors keep on telling to us, our generation, that we missed becoming an IIT of the state. And then, so it was a state college, by the way. And being state college, we have a lot of agonies and pains. We are very shortly funded. And then we struggle for funds and money. But then this great institute, long deserving status of university, we received it in 2022. And I am from last 3 decades here, 3+ decades I spent as a teacher in the electronics and telecom department. And then I was privileged, honored to be first vice chancellor of this great institute, COEP Technological University. So it will be technological university only. Our bread and butter will be technology, science, engineering, and technology only. And then because we are now a research in university also, we have started aggressively increasing intake of our master's program. We have 27 master's program, all the dignitaries here, and also PhD program. that too full-time PhD program. And it's a fellowship funded kind of PhD program. Many corporates, industry houses, they fund us for the fellows of the PhDs, for full-time PhDs. And we are really following the footsteps of many good IITs. And we are, therefore, in terms of any tangible research outcomes, may it be good papers, publications, cited journals, conferences, and so on. Also good patents, copyrights. What do you say, like, which are the so-called recognized and acknowledged research outcomes? We are producing them, no issues. We have many funded research projects now, which are by government agencies and so on. We have many collaborations. Just like alumni is a history and legacy for COEP, similar is the industry associations. COEP has been privileged being in Pune for last so many years and centenaries, I always say. And then Pune happens to be the industry city. So you name a domain and we have an industry here. So we are also association with MCCIA, which Pradeepji Bhargav led from the front. And then, so we had many very good association, very close association in industry. And probably because alumni grace the big positions in those corporation industries, they help us a lot. And you'll find in every department of COEP, you'll have an industry supported or sponsored laboratory. So in kind, they have donated equipment, developed state-of-the-art facility, and therefore really we are resourceful. We are rich in resources. So you'll find every department couple of laboratories which are completely funded by industry. We also attempt industry problems. So many of my PhD scholars, they have been delegated with a problem which is to be attempted by the industry. A recent development happened in the history of COEP when we became university. Government of Maharashtra, our parent government, state government, they delegated to us a 30 acres land. That too in the industrial city of Bhosri near Moshi. Okay, 30 acres of land. COEP is this campus is disintegrated, and we have river on this side. This is known as North Campus, so as to say. Then there is a flyover complex, old Mumbai-Pune highway. Then on the other side there happens to be railway track. So all the media of probably transportation. And then so this side we have boats. There is a beautiful boat club over here. Then the flyover which just leads you to Mumbai. And then on the other side there happens to be railway. And then we are now distributed into 4 pieces of this total campus of 45 acres is segmented into 4 kind of sub campuses, we can say. But that 30 acres land which came as a blessing to COEP, we are developing a translational research park. That's the vision of COEP's Board of Governors, which is led by Padma Shri Pratap Rao Pawar, who happens to be a engineering businessman and an entrepreneur in himself. And then we are building a translational research park totally in collaboration with industry and corporate. So we'll be inviting industry to be housed on that campus. We are developing infrastructure. Government of Maharashtra was kind enough to give us commit us rupees 150 crores. 50 crores arrived, and we have started with the tower number 1. And then we are developing 8 centers of excellence, all technology specific, verticalized in technology. You name Sunrise Technology, it is there. And we'll be inviting domain specific industries and corporates to be housed there at a very nominal cost. And then when they come, then their R&D personnel, we expect them to sit with our PhD scholars and master scholars. And whatever academia industry will collaborate there, that research will certainly translate into the technology of tomorrow. So COEP teaches good, rather best, we should say. COEP researches also good. But now COEP will translate the research. That's the next vision for COEP. Probably 2025, everything will be ready. And we have undergone with signing of MOUs with 5 big houses. TRDDC is with us, Siemens is with us, Kohler is with us. Okay, and then so other MOUs are underway. And then we really want to do cutting edge research, which is applied research, transferable to technologies. And then there is some kind of revenue sharing model and so on. It will go on. Okay, and that kind of research we want to really pursue. And we have a man force with us. All the young youth is with us, bright youth. Bhargav sir, we opened our admissions this year for India, all India quota, we say. And we were surprised, not surprised, but then it was probably the honor for COEP that we received students who are better than VNIT Nagpur. NIT Nagpur is the NIT of the state. Malhotra ji will also be heartened to know this. And COEP received better students on JEE main score, the entrance test of the country, and they were brighter than even NIT students. That happens. So neck to neck, we are now competing with many IITs. Older IITs are far ahead of us, no issues. but another new IITs and many old NITs even, we are competing with them. And therefore, the accreditation, in NBA's accreditation, maybe NAC accreditation, maybe ranking, we are neck to neck really struggling our best to be on the national map. Soon we want to be on the global map also. We'll be participating in Times Higher Education, the THE ranking, QS ranking, and so on. That's the mandate. And because of university, we have lot of enrichment in our academic empowerment, lot of enrichment. We have aggressively begun with now, sirs, the executive master's program for persistent employees. Dr. Anand Deshpande sits on our board, BOG. And for 100 of his employees, we started MTech in data science and cyber security. Within a month's time, Pune University denied us. Five years ago, Tata Motors came forward and we wanted to have a degree upgradation for their employees, but Pune University didn't do that. So we can easily do it now. So you can understand how is the academic empowerment now. So permission Raj is over. So we don't need not go to now AICTE and the UGC, but to simply inform that we are starting something of this sort. So that's COEP University today. And then a month ago, through Pratap Rawji Pawar, Dr. Adnab approached me and my other colleagues here, and he brought a very exciting domain to us rather, underwater domain. And he wants to create an awareness among the youth. It's a social evolution, I should say. And then technology, science, engineering always has a major role to play in this exciting domain also. We have environmental sciences here. As a civil master's program, we have environmental sciences. And then we have this Nadi, Mula Nadi. This is a Mula Nadi, by the way. Okay. And all that Nadi, how much it is polluted, we understand. If the sea, the Sagar which we have, we are very geopolitically, we are very critically situated country, nation, okay, India. And then we understand that because of all of that Seema of Sagar, we get this monsoon. Isn't it? That's my connection with this all domain, sea domain and so on. And then, so we say that environmental atmosphere is tightly associated with sea. And more than 3/4 of this earth, Mother Earth, is covered by sea. All of you know that. Only 1/4 is the land. And therefore, human life must be affected by whatever happens on seashore, off seashore. Okay, but under sea also. So that we must realize. And then we had in IIT Bombay, me there. And then it was not certainly on ocean sciences. Okay, but we realized, listening to many other expert talks, that this ocean sciences happens to be really an affective domain, which literally affects everything on this Mother Earth. Okay. And then how should technology and science and engineering be leveraged to study something which is underwater? And therefore, to mention, I said, no, when I will conclude my talk for this inaugural function, then surprisingly, a problem definition came to me through my student. It was a student identified problem. Okay. In COEP, when a student approaches a particular supervisor for PhD guidance, then we are democratic. We don't simply thrust a problem on the student head. It is the researcher who has to pursue the research and not the supervisor. That's a democratic approach and philosophy which we follow. And therefore, when the student came to me 2 years ago, he said that we want to establish or study the communication channel underwater in the sea. Okay. And the path loss, we have to estimate. That was the problem definition. He had some kind of references and then he studied that and so on. And then we have lot of exploration research done 100 years ago for studying on land communication. Is it not? When we communicate data, communicate voice, speech, image, picture, video, whatever, but on land, okay, from one location on the land. So it's all earth communication, surface to surface communication. Then how is the channel, the wireless channel or probably wired channel behaves, propagates the information on that communication channel? Heavily studied, explored, deployed, and we are the beneficiaries of that technology. We know that. But undersea, that communication channel characterization is probably unexplored. That was probably the proposal of that scholar who approached me, and then we started exploring it. So we had a lot of references to our, they are there still. People are working on it. And then we started estimating. The first review paper is already now under publication, and a lot of study is going on. And then we are going to have some kind of sonar images also. And then we started together studying. Supervisor is a learner with the PhD scholar. That's again a thought process we carry. And then we are going to do something with the sonar images now. So ultrasound technology works fine underwater. And then, so it's a short distance naturally, but then it transmits better. And then using some hydrophones and etc., we established the communication channel, and the path loss we are going to estimate now. So a lot of engineering and technology that goes underwater. But as Malhotraji was mentioning, we have a lot of skills required. He was mentioning one domain, no? Underwater welding. Okay, and we don't have skilled manpower, and there is huge economy awaiting us for this exciting domain, but we don't have skilled manpower. And therefore, it's a very right time and very right moment that these dignitaries have taken the initiative, rather the mission, to spread that awareness about underwater domain for engineers, for bright engineers of COAP University or otherwise. We are excited to welcome this domain because it happens to be exciting us for research. Okay, we'll do that, certainly. Collaboration will certainly help us. If there are some kind of skill-oriented courses or programs, then COAP welcomes with open arms, Malhotra sir and Dr. Arnab. And then, yes, and then you can certainly, we are host now, we are only venue host, by the way, here. And then we are privileged to be venue host for all of you here. And then we'll be really fortunate if we collaborate in future also. And then there are many of my faculty colleagues who join the seminars and the sessions over here. I've equally excited them also. I cannot because I have to sit in the chair and do hell of administrative task now. The university is still under transformation. But I have asked my student to share his research with you if you permit, okay, in one of the sessions. So my student will join and probably share his work on this underwater path loss estimation that he may do. So really, we know that this domain is worth appreciating today. Very, very exciting. And then there is a series of 4 workshops, as I heard. There's a policy intervention week, I think. Next is technology intervention. Then there is on-field something. Again, they'll be taking to Konkan region and so on. So that's all the program of this workshops. Take maximum out of it. My students are here. Okay, I could, because there's an examination period unfortunately going on, which I was unaware of, Dr. Arnab. But then 20 of my students will be attending this workshop and 5 of my faculty colleagues. They'll be there, around 25 mob. They'll be here. And then there will be a lot of takeaways for all of you guys. So see to it that you take it very, very sincerely. Assimilate as much as you can. And then we'll be spreading it. In COAP, we'll be spreading it certainly. We welcome any kind of collaboration in this exciting domain, Dr. Arnab and all the dignitaries. And thank you very much for making me part of this inaugural ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think over the past 30 years at COAP, sir has practically raised an entire generation and educated this city. So it's really an honor to have you here with us at the beginning of this skilling initiative. And now I'd like to call upon Dr. Arnab Das. He's the founder and director at Maritime Research Center. Arnab sir is the genesis of the underwater domain awareness framework. It's been conceptualized and driven by sir. So I invite him to speak a bit about why we are here.
Thank you, Prachi. Admin Verma sir is here. I must acknowledge his presence. Anamika, you will be seeing her soon. She's come all the way from IIT Guwahati. My naval colleagues who are here, they represent a very important component of the sea and the whole underwater domain as well. Radhika Session ma'am is also here. Lakshmi is here. You will meet Lakshmi in a while. Manas and Anu are here. Thank you so much. And young students, faculty members, sir, thank you. Registrar sir is also here. Thank you so much for being here. Dignitaries on the dais, Ambassador Mudgal sir is here. He has been instrumental in designing the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. And thank you so much, sir, being my mentor and being here. Along with him, Ambassador Javed Ashraf was involved. He was part of the PMO in 2015. Javed sir has been kind enough to join us online. He's right now the ambassador of India to Paris, to France. Sir will be joining us. And now, Sutavne sir, we come from the same caste. I'm also a signal processing man. So thank you so much. I mean, I can connect a lot of things. The tropical waters are very different, and there is so much to be done there. Mukesh sir has been instrumental. I met sir in 2013. He supported a book that I wrote uh, as part of the Indian Maritime Foundation, and that was the connect we built, and then now we have, I think, covered a lot of distance. So, Pradeep Bhargav sir, I have heard you many times, and uh, really appreciate your very clinical approach and the way you are able to dissect things and present it in a very different way. So I'm looking forward to hearing you. And sir has done many work. I mean, the green bonds and various other things. I mean, I don't think I can really talk about that. So now, coming to this workshop, I just want to give you a sense of what this is about, what we are thinking. This is about trying to connect the entire global aspect to the local aspect. So we are reaching out to the global community, as I mentioned. UNESCO, head of the Intergovernmental Ocean Commission, Vladimir Rubin, will be joining us and talking about the broad global perspective and how they are looking at the ocean. I mean, you know, ocean, this is the decade of the ocean sciences. So we have to be there. I mean, India's participation has to be there. But more important that India has to be there is that the tropical waters are not understood by anybody. I'm saying it with a responsibility. I'm not making a sweeping statement. There is so much to be done. The tropical waters are different. And for a signal processing person, Stavne sir will really appreciate. Just to give you a number, the sonar performance, when it is tested in the temperate waters, it gives you 32 nautical miles. I'm talking about a particular sonar. When it comes to the Indian waters, it gives you 6 nautical miles. 70% degradation of performance. Now, if you are looking at the ocean, now where all are we looking at the ocean? We are looking at the ocean. Deep sea mining is a massive opportunity. The whole world is, I mean, the Secretary General of the International Seabed Authority has spent 17 days in February in India. Head of a UN mission, UN organization spending 17 days in India means two things. How important is India? And secondly, this issue is so important. And they are looking at India's support. I think the whole world is looking at us very seriously. So I had an opportunity to have a one-to-one meeting with him, and they also look at us very seriously. So right now we are working with 3 UN agencies. UNESCO, they want to set up a center of excellence with us to support Africa and South Asia. International Seabed Authority is very serious. And third is the International Maritime Organization. The International Maritime Organization controls shipping globally. We, as MRC, we also take pride in a lot of innovation. So in 2019, we won an innovation challenge on a technology tool to monitor underwater noise in the tropical waters. That took us to the next level. Government of India took our paper to the IMO in the MEPC 76, and based on that paper, now IMO has nominated India as the nodal country for underwater noise management in the Indian Ocean region. They've allocated $2 million, but I am reaching out to the government to say that we should not, now we are a Vishwaguru, we are a global power, we aspire. Under the SAGAR vision, we want to be a leader in the region. So I am looking at this on a little larger scale. So there is a huge opportunity. I mean, I'm trying to address the young students here that there is a huge opportunity that is waiting for us. So I'm looking at the larger perspective. Then on the national level, we are also reaching out. The Capacity Building Commission under the Prime Minister's office is very seriously working with us because there is a huge skilling ecosystem that is being built in the country. I mean, the government is extremely serious, but I'm sure you appreciate this country is very big with a huge amount of diversity. So things may take a little while from a governance perspective, but I think there is a lot of seriousness. So the Capacity Building Commission, the secretary himself is coming to Pune on 10th and spending 2 days with us. And I'm in conversation with him, and I meet him at least twice a month in Delhi. And we are looking at, I mean, the Capacity Building Commission's mandate is to build capacity within the bureaucracy, within the policymakers. So they are working with us on multiple capacity building initiatives with the government. The second is the Ministry of External Affairs is also joining us. We, as I said, senior diplomats are joining us. Then we have Ministry of Environment joining us. There, one of the directors will be joining us, and also there is a National Center for Sustainable Coastal Management. Their director will be joining us, and also the CEO of the National Skill Development Corporation is joining us. So in the national level also, I'm trying to reach out. I mean, the underwater pertains to not just the marine, but also the freshwater system. And as they say, the next war is going to be a water war, right? And I want to tell the young students 75% of this universe is underwater. 70% is marine, and 5%, including the ice cover, is underwater. And I want to just take a joke in this, that I think this is the first underwater conference that is happening. So if we are not addressing 75% of the world, I think there is something serious relook that is required. The next aspect is we are also reaching out to the local levels. We are going to be having a session with the local corporators also. We have done a lot of work in the Khadakwasta lake, because Khadakwasta is a 150-year-old lake. In tropical waters, the siltation is very, very high. I want to highlight in this forum, and this is being covered by media, that we are a tropical country. I just talked about the sonar performance, but let me also let you know that the siltation is very, very different. All our big projects are being, we even had a summit, Nordic summit, where the Honorable Prime Minister was part of it. The Nordic countries are not tropical countries. They have heavy engineering equipment, which they are very keen to sell to us. We can buy them. But that doesn't give us solutions. Solution has to be indigenous. We have to build those solutions. There's a lot of money that has been spent. But I don't think the Nordic countries even understand what the tropical conditions are. I don't know how many of you know the Brahmaputra River, the average width of the Brahmaputra River is 5 kilometers. I don't know how many of you know this. And the siltation pattern is so high. Now we have a 20,000 kilometer long national waterway project that is being driven. 10 lakh crores is the initial investment, and there's a lot more being talked about. Where is the skill? We are completely dependent on the Nordic countries to come and solve our problem. I mean, as one of my mentors said, helping is only 5%. 95% आपको खुद करना पड़ेगा. They can't define. I mean, I'm interacting with a lot of senior consultants who don't understand. I mean, these are consultants from abroad. They don't understand what is India. They are telling us what should be the skilling ecosystem. So I think that's, I mean, I have had multiple meetings with them. They give you a very beautiful framework. It's very convincing when you look at it. But if you do not understand what is tropical waters, if you do not understand what is the socio-political and socio-economic realities of this country, I don't think we can make the good governance mechanism. So there is a huge opportunity I see. I mean, let me give you a few mega initiatives. I mean, the Honorable Prime Minister declared the SAGAR vision in 2015, and when the Prime Minister at the apex level declares something, there's a huge government machinery which gets active to make sure that this vision is realized on the ground. So today, I mean, this workshop series is institutionalizing the skilling ecosystem to support the realization of the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. Now, to support the SAGAR vision, there is Sagar Mala, which is 6 lakh crore budget. There is inland water transport. There is Gati Shakti. There is so many more. I mean, freshwater management is a huge initiative by the Jal Shakti Ministry, and lot more. Now, if you have to see below the water, acoustics is the only signal that propagates efficiently. And for any underwater domain awareness, acoustics is the only thing. You tell me how many institutions, academic institutions run a course on academics in this country? Not one. A former director of COEP, I mean, I have a lot of connections with COEP. Former director of Anil Sahasrabudhe sir was chairman AICT. I had a meeting with him, and within no time he was convinced. And as the chairman of AICT, he took this up as a. I mean, I was very late. He actually initially got very angry with me. Where were you? I mean, I met him 2 years back, and he's too senior and whatever communication. But after 2 years, I thought that it is time, so I just reached out to him, and he was very angry. 2 साल हम मिले हैं. But then within 10 days, he got 10 of our courses approved by the AICT. So 10 courses on acoustic survey are approved by AICT, and it is ready, sir. We can work together and start these courses under the COEP, academic support of COEP. We also reached out to the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana because there's a lot of skilling required. If you have to, I mean, we have divided the whole skilling requirement into 3 components. Acoustic survey, it itself has a lot of layers to it. You need a person, I mean, a technician who will look at the instrumentation, the whole operate, maintain, and repair framework. I mean, you have to understand electronics. The second is the data logging, because data will come from various platforms and it has to be in a format that we can do the data analytics properly. The third is the deployment. In water bodies, deployment is not a very obvious thing. Being in the Navy, I can tell you, it's not a very obvious thing. So there's a lot of, I mean, in Navy, we use the term seamanship, but there's a lot of skilling required there. The fourth is the data analytics. I mean, sir will know data analytics is not simple. I can tell you the Americans under the Asia X in 2000, for 3 years, they have collected data across the South China Sea and East China Sea. And in 2010, they came to, 2006, they came to IIT Delhi when I was there. They needed support for data analytics. And it doesn't happen like that. They collected data. When we do, sir will, Sudhamni sir will definitely connect with me. Data analytics has to be done in iterations. You go to sea, collect data, or go to the water body, collect data, come back, find all the mistakes that are there, and the next deployment has to be with all those corrections. So it has to be a continuous process. It requires a lot of support. So that requires a lot of skilling. Programming is also part of the skilling. So the fourth vertical is data analytics, and the fifth is research on that. And when I say research, it is multidisciplinary research. It is not about just an electronic or signal processing student working on the research. It is also a socio-economic person or social engineering person and making sense of that data and that information. So we need to build this entire framework. So the first is acoustic survey, second is bioscience and biotechnology, and the third is AI and robotics. Now, in terms of looking below the water, I call it to see, to understand, and to share. To see is the entire sensor specifications of us. I mean, there's a whole lot of sensor. You have to cover the entire frequency band. But then this sensor has to be carried by a platform, right? Whether it is a surface platform or a subsurface platform, AUV, whether it is manned or unmanned or automatic or semi-automatic or manual, this whole platform has to be built. These aspects have to be looked at. The second is to understand. Now the entire aspect of pre-processing to processing and post-processing. And when I said tropical waters, the algorithms that will be given to you by the West is not going to work here. So you have to build your algorithms here. So one of my paper is the most cited JASA paper on tropical conditions. I designed, thanks to Verma sir, I designed the sonar classifier for the nuclear submarine project. There is so much learning that we had, and I must thank the Navy that we had not just the support, but also the mechanism to test it out at sea. And the learning was tremendous. And again, thanks to Navy, I spent 3 years in an organization which had 5 sensors 20 kilometers into the sea and so much data, sir. I mean, it's a delight for a researcher like us. And you can understand what kind of data will be there and how much we can take it forward. Now, coming back to the challenges here, freshwater management, whether it is availability of water, we did a field experiment in the Khadakwasla Lake and we found that there is 50% siltation. Pune city has 50% less capacity of water storage, fresh water storage. In the monsoons, it causes flooding in the downplain, and in the dry season, we have less water. Very simple. Desiltation is not so simple. There's a 900 crores allocated for desilting. Somebody said it's very good for farming. So you tell me, which farmer in India has the capacity to take it? And can the government of India or government of Maharashtra pay for the logistics? And when we did the survey here, we found that this is soft silt. If you use dredger, it doesn't come on the dredger. We couldn't even do coring because it's soft silt. 4 meters is soft silt. Khadakwasla is 500 square kilometers. 500 square kilometer into 4 meters, you can imagine how many truckloads of thing you can, and it is not viable, sir. Even in the dredging, right from hydraulic suction to the hard dredger, the cost varies almost 30 times. So when they made a proposal, they made a proposal for hard dredger, which doesn't work here. And in India, the average farm land is about 1 acre, sir. Which farmer can afford? And between the Rabi and the Kharif, it is not even 1 month, sir. How will you even remove it? So there are different solutions. If you do an acoustic survey of the entire lake, you exactly know what this silt is. This is government property. Government should be making money. So if you just use a hydraulic suction, your cost of dredging itself comes down by 30 times. You suck it and you put a brick making plant. There are technologies available which can give you 20,000 bricks in a day. And we are a developing country which requires this. We can do a lot more. And there are 3,000 dams in Maharashtra alone, and all India, you can look at it. And the government today is not looking at just India, they are looking at the entire region. G20 is here today. We are a leadership there. Indo-Pacific region is entirely, by definition, it is the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. So that is the kind of opportunity that we are talking about. The whole world is taking us seriously, and I think we are not taking ourselves seriously the way we should. So there's a lot more opportunity. There are many other areas. The American foreign policy says if you dominate the 3 global commons, you dominate the world for next 200 years. And what are those 3 commons? One is underwater, cyberspace, and outer space. Pune itself, I'm very proud of being in Pune, although I come from Assam. I am very proud of being here because Ayuka is here. Astronomy and astrophysics. So government has already addressed 1 common. The other 2 is remaining. Probably we would like to take the space of the underwater domain. We are advising the government on certain strategic security issues also, because if there is shortage of water, we will not be able to provide for the population and there will be water wars internally. And the government is definitely aware of this. So there's a lot of things that can be done. But to the young people, so this entire workshop has been planned in a way that we are able to connect, not just impart understanding and knowledge, but also to connect with the whole ecosystem. The whole institutionalization is in a manner. I'll just take 2 more minutes. The first step is setting up a sector skill council, because when you talk about, there are 35 sector skill councils already existing. But when you talk about underwater, we have an MOU with the capital goods and strategic manufacturing, but we realize that we still get very limited. So I made a proposal, and thanks to Mukesh sir and Maratha Chamber, the chamber forwarded this to the CEO NSDC. Now FICCI is backing us on that, and we are pushing it to make a sector skill council on the underwater itself. I think that is a very important step for institutionalization. We are also looking at a user academia industry partnership. When you say user academia, there are already schemes in this country. Startup India, Make in India, Atmanirbharta, Digital India, everything is there. We just need to draw this, or Skilling India is also a huge budget, 3 lakh crores is there. But half of the money is not being spent, sir. So this can be drawn into this space, and whatever specific expertise is required, underwater signal processing, robotics, data analytics, all that. Data analytics is not new, but the biggest challenge of data analytics is domain knowledge. So if we can bring the domain knowledge, we can draw on the existing mechanism and build the underwater domain awareness framework. So the user academia, industry academia partnership is all there. We just need to kind of, I call it outreach, engage, sustain. Outreach is something like this, and we do many more, and we will do many more. And engaging is engaging at multiple levels. Youngsters, by allocating internships and fellowships so that we can draw them into this. Second is engaging with the industries, also engaging with the policy makers. And then sustaining is drawing certain big projects, whether it is through research funding instruments or policy instruments. And we reached out to the Niti Aayog because Niti Aayog is in the policy making. And in that, very interesting, I realized initially I said that we must have an IUC on underwater. But when I was working on the report, I realized that so I had this diversity versus consolidation debate, sir. IUC is a mechanism for consolidation. If the government has 200 crores, it has to put in one so that you have more resources to build big things. But if you look at the underwater, sir, inland water transport, the Brahmaputra or, those kind of the instruments, if somebody has not gone and seen a river which has got 5 kilometers average width, there are areas where it is 8 kilometers, you can't even see. How will you manage a river if you do not understand what this is? You talk about sustainable blue economy, the communities, the diversity of the communities, you will never able to understand. The whole blue economy itself. Then talking about the community, working with the community requires a very different understanding. Then strategic security is one. Then underwater archaeology. This country is blessed with traditional knowledge and traditional practices. We have said, isko hatao aur hum naya batate hain aapko kya karna hai. This can't happen. So traditional knowledge has to be given. So I thought of 7 center of excellences where this. So I said in my report, without saying anything, I said, this is proposal A, this is proposal B. Let the decision makers decide. And I very clearly wrote that they must debate on consolidation versus diversity and then arrive at it. And that is now circulating in ministries in Delhi. The second aspect is now to drive this, you need 5 pillars: research, academic center, skilling center, innovation center, and policy center. So you have to reconcile these 5 also, and they have to work under one umbrella. Then only we can move to the next level. So there is a huge aspect that needs to be covered, and I can go on and on, but I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you all for being here. There are bigger people to speak, and we would like to hear them. Prachi, over to you.
As I'm sure you heard, nobody more passionate about the underwater domain than Arnab sir. And now it gives me immense honor to be able to introduce Pradeep Bhargav sir. No, no, but I want to tell them. Okay, sir. No, just 1 minute. No, I want to tell them that sir was a president at Maratha Chamber when I was a fellow, and we were fresh out of college then, like many of you. And sir looked after us as his own kids. Still does. So we all know him as a man of immense wisdom and still the youngest at heart. He served as the managing director of Cummins and worked with multiple global organizations over the years. He's on more boards than can be counted. He still finds time to mentor young entrepreneurs like me. And every time I meet him, I wonder how he has the energy to do all that he does. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that generous. Sir, I'll talk about COEP first because I feel blessed every time I come here. Not only my 2 children studied here, for 8 years I used to come for that regatta, boat club, vada pav, all that kaka I did because my children were there. I have actually been blessed with another child, my daughter's bosom pal, Gorisha. She's Gauri and Pooja were together. They were things. So she's also an alumni and that immense contribution. That's one from a thing. The second part about my COEP is that Sir S.V. Chandrasekhar Iyer, whose award you got, was my professor when I went to Institute of Science. I did my engineering from a college in Bangalore. Professor Sonde, Professor Chandrasekhar Iyer, these are the people who were COEP alumni. So जो हाँ मेरे गुरु ने का गुरुकुल है, तो मेरे लिए तो बहुत बहुत हस्ती रखता है. So I feel very blessed, sir, at this college. And of course, being a Puneri now, we take extra pride in this. You talked about COEP moving from teaching to research to translation. Sir, the next step is transformation. What you have to do and what you're doing is actually taking a wider, even though you call yourself a technical university, I think technology has to embrace the related areas, and hence transformation is the next logical step for COEP. I'm sure this institution will do it. It has done. The speed with which I happen to have the privilege of working. So you remember when EV was still being talked about, worked with you and other colleagues, we just occurred to us that there's not a single program, postgraduate program in EV technology that the country was offering. Everybody was talking about EVs. So a conversation with Nitin Kalmatkar, who was then Vice Chancellor, Bharat Ahuja, that time, we just said, कुछ करना चाहिए ना बच्चों को सब लोग everybody is opening an engineering college in their factories because they are teaching. Nobody knew about what EV is all about. So from Maratha Chambers, we took this initiative. Unbelievable. Within 3 months, the course content was designed. Everything was completed. Syllabus was done. We had series of interaction. Industry-sponsored children came. And a one-year program, the first in the country, started in this very college. You know, it's just absolutely remarkable. The speed with which that was done was phenomenal. And today, of course, Cummins College and others are trying to do it. But that's what COEP is all about. So my honor to be here. The second is more of a confession. Articulation. मुकेश जी, आप जरा परेशान हो रहे थे कि आप यहाँ पे क्या कर रहे हैं. If you were feeling conscious that your relevance is limited, I should be sitting outside. I just struggle, but let me just first convey, I'm really awed by the deep dive that all you people have done in this underwater domain subject. As they say, no stones unturned, no tide untouched. The way you people have been able to get onto this, I mean, so much potential opportunities. I was really awed when I read the paper, heard you people just now. You know, we are all look at the blue sky all the time. We don't look at the blue waters. And this is something, though 75% of this. So this is something, and that's of course made me more humble of how little I know about the opportunities. I didn't even visualize the blue ocean, absolutely thing. And how much technology you're going to digitize water. I read once somewhere digitized. कभी सोचा था पानी को भी digitize कर देंगे लोग. I mean, what I mean is the way the technology has moved in is just absolutely, absolutely fascinating. So just one spin I want to bring. I think climate change, and she's a proponent, is also this. You said this is an underwater conference. Believe me, with sea level rising at 4.5 millimeter per year in the last decade, as against 1.5 millimeter 3 decades ago, we may really be having most conferences underwater. Because the rate at which things are thing, many cities and communities are under constraint in this recent, and I'm bringing this spin because I think we need to understand environment, etc. In this recent Asia Economic Dialogue of thing, when the finance minister of Maldives was there, Mukesh, you were there in the inauguration. And in the conversation I had with him, he says, I make my country's 20 years program, but I don't know how many of my islands will still be islands or they'll be underwater in 20 years. So there is a challenge which we need to acknowledge, but that's really on the side. So my initial thing was give the concluding remarks. How can I give concluding remarks when the journey is just started? वो बोलते हैं ना, देखते रहिए खेल जारी है. So I think कहानी अभी जारी है. Concluding remarks अभी नहीं करेंगे ना. Concluding की बहुत बात की है. अभी तो शुरुआत करनी है. So in this, a lot of people have said. So I'm really would not even attempt, because I'll expose more of my ignorance if we start talking about the subjects. All these people are gyani at, so I won't even get into that. Won't even attempt. However, and so all of you are smiling, "Ab chalo, ye baithne wala hai," but give me 5 minutes. And the reason I'm saying 5 minutes, I see the youngsters here, and I see people that are on the screens. I think I do want to talk about, in the context of not this thing, but in general, the opportunities that seem to be emerging. I'm not going to talk about the slogans कि India time has arrived, this decade for India, decade for Asia. वो सब तो हो रहा है, सच भी है. I'll take the liberty of going through my journey, my professional journey, in the context of what we talk about, as to what I have seen over the years, and what a transformation is happening. किसी और की कहानी नहीं, अपनी कहानी बता रहा हूँ. And that is important for the youngsters to understand that transformation has actually taken place. The journey of India's development, engineering, all the work that we did on technology has gone through major yo-yos. And I want to talk a little about those yo-yos to say how it has stabilized. Friends, I'm as old as I look. So it was in the late 60s when I was a student at Institute of Science. And during that period, I did 6 months of practical training in Bharat Electronic, Jalali. All of you are familiar with that place. Young student, major security, defense head. It was a Rasta Utpadan Mantralaya के अंदर में आता था. सब जगह था. But I saw RCA, Rockwell Collins, whole lot of collaborators. They were making picture tubes, they were making X-ray tubes. Everything was communication equipment. The foreigners were galore all over. And there was a very strict restriction on our chotus also, कि इधर नहीं जाइए, उधर नहीं जाइए. And we were just wondering, a very innocent question came. On the one hand, you're protecting yourself from your own people. And here was this whole thing which was completely overshadowing Bharat Electronics. Amazing work being done in Bell. I have worked with them, etc. Sir, all of you are aware. But I saw the thing, the complete domination of us dependence. 3 years later, after graduating from this college in Ahmedabad, I chose to work for Bharat Sarkar. A lot of people gave me show cause notice, ki kya kar rahe ho, why are you going to thing. I worked with Atomic Energy Commission, which was also integrated with ISRO. And I'm going to talk about a little bit about that to give this flavor to all of you as to how India has evolved. I had a charming person called Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who was chairman of Atomic Energy and Space Research. Well, what I saw the India there, look at the space program, what they were doing at a rocket propellant plant, Tumba Equatorial Launching Center, what was happening in in the center at Ahmedabad. Amazing, amazing, all Atmanirbhar. Phenomenal things were going on, and they were doing some remarkable things. I also saw an Atomic Energy Commission because I was there. The work we did first was enriched uranium reactor, then we came to natural uranium, UCIL, ECIL, nuclear fuel complex, making those tubes, everything Swadeshi. Some remarkable work being done by our Indian scientists. These mission-oriented institutions in the same Hindustan was working so remarkably, so phenomenally with the scientists, etc., that was surprised. All our reactors to 30 megawatt, natural uranium, heavy water driven. I saw that India. And I also saw that India's thing. I'll give you a little episode with your permission. So, sir, we were all looking at that point of time. I'm seeing how the Rajniti comes also. My personal experience, and I was there right now. So we were to upgrade the computing facility at Mod Lab in BRC. There was an old machine, and we had already finalized everything with CDC, a company at that time, which had a computer at TFR. So everything was done, installations were prepared. I'm giving this story just to tell you how things have been happening. Indo-Pak, Bangladesh stuff started. Dr. Sarabhai came one day and called for an urgent meeting after a visit to Delhi. He said, US is not going to give us the computer. It's very clear embargoes had come in. But he said, I met the Prime Minister. Again, you have to understand, Dr. Sarabhai and Indira Gandhi grew up together because Ambalal Sarabhai and Jawaharlal Nehru. There was this amazing thing. He said, I met the Prime Minister. We'll go the Russian way. Out of the blue. And Russian government has agreed to give their latest computers on nuclear research to us. So he told some of our leading computer, Chidambaram, who became Atomic Commission, Patwardhan, all of us, and I was like somebody to carry the bag. We went to Russia to look at a computer there. Children, you'll find it very amazing. There was no knowledge available as to how to evaluate that computer. But there was no literature. Abhi to aapko Google bata dega how powerful a machine is. So we said to evaluate. So how do you go around evaluating? Professor, they said, please run a program and see what's the computing time that will do. Do you know what we did? 4 of us carried an additional 4 suitcases. Those were the days when you had a card punching machine and that stack of card had to be put into a computer. So we guys did that card punching here, ran it on the computer in India, which was a CDC machine at AFR, took those things, went to Russia. There's a place called Dubna where the Nuclear Research Center of Soviet Union was then. Beautiful place, and we took those cards, put it there. Got the printout, evaluated, and the BASM 6 came. The point I want to convey is not evaluating a computer. The point I came to is, here was this India, one part of India, which says whatever happens, we'll carry on. And there was this tenor, this technology confidence, the Josh, the Zanoon, which saw this. And I was just all of 21, my first job. My friends were in levers and so on and so forth. But that didn't, I was getting my kick by this. That was one India. I moved to Delhi because Professor Menon set up what is Department of Electronics as one of the earliest employees of, which is called MEIT, and served with, again, I saw the other extreme yo-yo in the defense because I was working with Dr. Nerurkar, working on defense electronics. That was the time we worked on ASW, anti-submarine sonar simulator, fleet work procedure trainers, all the stuff of Navy. Yeah. So I'm saying, but I was a little chota babu there. आप काम करते थे, मैं बात करता था. हाँ, सोनार सिमुलेटर वगैरह का. But sir, the point I was saying is, बहुत कुछ काम हो रहा था. Commander Deb, who was in IIT, ex-naval officer, sir, you remember, huge amount of work going on. But we also saw the, forgive me for saying this, the pushback by the services not to push that. So here was one mission-oriented institution, atomic energy, space research, which were doing remarkable jobs. I mean, there was Korean doing the dairy revolution, completely Swadeshi, completely Atmanirbhar. And here we had, for various reasons, not such a smooth sailing in the defense. And I'm saying from a strategic point of view, why we need to do it today. Sir, I recall, with the permission, I can say, I was privileged. I went to a meeting along with Dr. Nurkar and Professor Menon, chaired by the Prime Minister, something on RCPO related to Air Force program, something that had been done by Ministry of Electronics. Friends, the then Chief of Air Staff said in this meeting, and Prime Minister was sitting, as it is, I was getting cold and who's, eating a meeting, Indira Gandhi ji chairing the meeting. And here's this Chief of Air Staff said to the Madam Prime Minister, he said, Madam, safety of the country and its Air Force is my responsibility. I'm taking the decision to go for imports, whatever it was. So there was this a scenario, and I'm sharing with all of you because things have changed, but that was also a time, huge amount of work, sir, that had been done. You're aware of it. Amount of activities were done in a lot of these things. You talked about sonar simulators, etc. I'm talking about 40 years ago. They were working on this, etc. So I'm saying the defense, amazing people, DRDO, because Professor Menon, besides being electronics, was also Director General of DRDO. That was the time. So huge amount of work. They were getting suffocated, bottled at times. You're aware, sir, more than I can say about some. Sorry? Yeah. 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 So, sir, the point I'm going to mention to the youngsters is there was the times for whatever compulsions, etc. we went in. I mean, Prataba is not here. I worked for Bharat Forge for 15 years. Amazing zeal of Baba Kalyani to do something for the force. Just, Bofors guns, only the rocket things. Usme bhi sala 10 saal lag gaya approval mein. We went through the struggle like so much, and Baba had the tenacity. He's an amazing, my boss for 15 years. He said, Karunga main. And today, my heart was so full of think that from Bharat Forge factory, a armed personal carrier is coming out with the guns. 30 साल लग गए sir उसको करने के लिए. So the point is, things have been tough. And the reason I want to mention to you that you youngsters today, sir ne aur humne, gray hair or no hair, whatever it is, we have gone through some struggles at that point of time. मेरे जैसा नहीं, sir ने काम किया है. The point I'm saying is that today's environment is very different. Today, 45% of defense spending is going to the enterprises in India. Today, we see all this. So I think the message I want to give to youngsters is that it's truly a Naveen Bharat. It is truly an opportunity. Opportunities mentioned in this field. There's opportunity everywhere. If you have the energy, if you have the idea, if you have the vision, if you have the thing, there is a capability, there is a thing, infrastructure, there is a policy framework working. So I'm sure this will happen, what has happened in defense. The limited purpose of my talking here is, in any case, whatever you want to do, resources can be mobilized in terms of, but I think skilling is the most critical. You are very right. And sir, the word I liked you, educational institution, if you use the caste system, are the Brahmins, they're supposed to be knowledge generations. You know, ज्ञान उनका होता है. And somehow industry is supposed to be the Kshatriyas जो जाके करेगा या वैश्य समझो business बनाएगा उस तरह करने का. I think it's important for educational institution to take the translational role. The transformation knows that it's just not knowledge generation, but knowledge application. And I think the engineering colleges in particular need to take this very seriously. So, sir, as I said very lightheartedly, you're not the venue host, you'll be the intellectual host for us in that sense, because you have 169 years of history. And I think we are blessed that you have given us the opportunity here. And I think from what you said, um, this is the deep dive has been worth it, and all the very best. My contribution is only give, applaud, and give the blessings. Thank you.
So it felt like I was listening to a plot of a movie as they were speaking. No. Arnab sir told us that we're also lucky to have with us somebody who was one of the architects of Sagar Vision. So, so Ambassador Anup Mudgal has had a diplomatic career spanning 32 years, during which he served thrice at the headquarters of the Ministry of External Affairs. And he's been part of 8 assignments abroad. He's now also a member of the task force on blue economy at FICCI. And Sagar was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister in Mauritius when Sir was the ambassador. So he played a key role in conceptualization of the Sagar vision. We are very honored to have you with us, sir.
Thank you so much. I hope nobody hears your expression that I was one of the architects of Sagar. I will be in trouble. What should I say now? You know, having heard so much of knowledge, you said I don't want to expose my ignorance. By then, you had not heard me. So there is a greater ignorant fellow in this whole gathering. Now, I would also want to answer. I'm sure many of you must be wondering why I'm here, not only because I was there when Sagar was announced by my Honorable Prime Minister. You know, when Arnab, there are so many things one can talk about, but let me choose my path carefully so that I remain relevant to the conversation today. You know, when I was a young diplomat, believe me, very rarely I'll get an invitation to talk about oceans. Yes. There are many other things we're talking about, but nobody was talking about oceans, right? Interestingly, as a young, very young diplomat, I was posted very close to the Pacific coast, South Pacific coast in the Americas. And those days we didn't have internet, so of course we used to get telegrams, right? So I get a telegram message that we presume this year there is likely to be El Nino. Can you please send us a report? How much, how soon? And all those predictions. Believe me, I had never heard about El Nino. Right? El Nino in Spanish means the child. So I said, which child are they talking about? I thought I was the youngest in the mission. Are they talking about me? But then I asked my local colleagues, what is this El Nino? Oh, they said, sir, please, yes, it's something important. It doesn't relate to you. It's much more important than that. So I said, what is that? Then I went to meet the people relevant to the theme. I said, tell me, what is this happening? And why is Delhi worried? If some El Nino thing is happening in Peru, what? Something about 12 to 15,000 kilometers straight? They told me about El Nino. El Nino is next to the Peruvian coast, a certain part of the ocean. When the temperature rises 0.5 degrees, average 0.5 degrees, El Nino sets in. I'm sure you're reading El Nino newspapers these days again, right? And once the El Nino sets in, it stays there for 2 to 4 years. And as long as the El Nino stays there, India can have drought. Can you imagine? Half a degree far off place, and India can have drought. I was amazed. I said, what the hell is going on? And then they explained to me, they said, sir, it's not only El Nino. El Nino is a boy. He said, there is something called La Nina. She's a young girl. I said, what the girl does then? If the boy does this, then what does the girl do to us? They said, if there is La Nina, India would have floods. Now, can you imagine what was the capacity of oceans to connect the world, both in progress and in misery? Yes. Of course, I did my El Nino, La Nina phenomena, and then I forgot, right? Because I left that area, I said, let them deal with La Nina and El Nino. And then suddenly, when I was in Europe, we started talking about phenomena called global warming. That was pre-Kyoto. I'm sure you have heard about Kyoto. Suddenly, I heard the world was again getting troubled by the possibility of rising temperatures. And this time, it was not only next to Peru in the Pacific coast, but they were talking about the temperature rising literally everywhere. Now, if a small patch of temperature variation could cause this disaster, obviously, if the temperature was going to rise all over, what could be the consequences? Right? And that is where I really got worried. Right? Not by El Nino and La Nina. I thought still all right, once in a while for 4 years, we can take it. But now we were looking at a more long-term threat at our hand and a more horizontal threat which would impact every one of us. Now then, one starts thinking in a common man's language, because there's a lot of technical stuff in this, which could make the whole subject very boring. Then the common sense doesn't become boring, right? We said, all right, let's look at the common sense now. Yes? So in common sense, we all ask, as humanity, which would either be blessed or threatened, what is that humanity seeking? Sir, you mentioned about M.G. Menon and the others. I had the privilege of working with them also, and a whole range of chairpersons of Atomic Energy Commission and the Space Commission. Now, what do people want? Yes. So the other day I was reading a philosophy called Charvak. Yes. And what do they say? They say, stay happy. You must have good life. The only objective a human being or a human society must have is have good life. Right? Now, then they explain it's a very complicated thing again, because then it becomes technical. But the core message is be happy. Right? Now, how do we become happy? Now, that's a very big question. Right? Then we simplify it again. Now, that is what diplomats do. Right? We simplify things sometimes at the expense of truth. Right? So we said, all right, let's simplify. What is happiness? Right? And then we came to this conclusion that there was somewhat a direct link between happiness and prosperity. Right? Earth. So that is how the Shastras say. Earth can stop unearth. Right? That's also earth. So that we need to stop unearth. And sadness is unearth. And to stop it, you need earth, right? Which will make you happy. Now I said, what is this earth now? Right? Now you realize I was a greater ignorant. So we discovered earth means what? Basically economic development. Right? Do you have money, which is earth, with you to stop unearth? Which means economic growth. Yes? Dig deep long, and in about last over 100 years, in the global economy, we added just about $90 trillion. Remember the figure, $90 trillion. Yes? And in next less than 15 years, we want to add another $93 trillion. Right? 100 years, $93 trillion. And we have already messed up the whole planet. You're talking about the rivers, forests, soil, air, whatever you look at. We have completely messed up the planet for arriving at $93 trillion in over 100 years. We want to repeat that in next 12 to 15 years. Can you imagine what kind of destruction we can imagine as a result of our desire for that earth? We thought the earth will stop on earth, but the very effort to bring that earth might cause an earth. Yes? The capacity of this Mother Earth to provide those resources that we need for development, be it energy, material, mineral, education, healthcare, water, whatever you call it. The capacity of Earth's capacity of providing those resources is already exceeded by almost 35 to 40%. Every year, you exceed that capacity by 35 to 40%. There is something called Earth's overshoot. Okay? When you exhaust the Earth's capacity for that particular year, and that overshoot day comes in the month of July or August, which means for 5 months, we dig into Earth's future. And we have been doing it for decades now. And can you imagine where the Earth would be? Having messed up the land, now we are looking at the oceans. Yes? Which means oceans were out of mind, out of sight. In a way, they were protected because of our ignorance. Yes? Because we didn't know, so chhod diya unko. Now we are heading towards oceans. Oceans have always been there. They have been there as source of food. They have been there as source of recreation, later energy, transportation, wars, peace, and whatever you call it. Right? They have always been there. Yes. But now we are looking at adding $90 trillion in just about few years, 12 years. We want to go to the ocean for minerals, for additional energy, for biochemicals, for drugs and pharmaceuticals. We want to go to the bed of the sea for extraction of minerals. This could be a disaster. Then you talk to the ocean, can we come there? Yes. Would you welcome us if we come there for additional resources? The ocean says, you think you have not messed me up, but you have also messed me up. Already. Says, look at the pollution you have caused in ocean. That pollution is causing acidification. That acidification is destroying my wildlife or biodiversity. It's reducing my capacity to serve you, in fact. It says, every second breath you take, the oxygen in that is produced by me. Me means the ocean, right? And you're struggling to capture the carbon dioxide. 1/3 of the carbon dioxide I absorb for you at no cost to you. It's a free service. And now, with this whole pollution acidification, my capacity to produce oxygen and absorb carbon dioxide will go down and my temperature would rise. If the temperature rises, it can really impact the whole basic functions of the planet. It is no more a little here, little there, right? It's no more that you get a particular species of fish in your waters or not. It can hurt the very basic planetary functions because those cycles are largely controlled by oceans, in fact. The climatic cycle, the water cycle, you name it, the weather systems, they're all regulated by the ocean. Just imagine if suddenly we stop receiving rain because the ocean now feels you have exceeded its capacity. What happens? Where shall we go? And nobody so far was listening to the ocean. And that is why we thought ocean means, at best, maritime security. Right? Because the ships go, so we have to secure the supply lines. And therefore, we need some, naval hardware to make sure that those lines are not disturbed. That will not sustain the ocean life the way it should be. Adam, you mentioned about solutions. I had a conference where I had one colleague from Africa. He says, "Sir, my problem is that some learned fellow comes to me and tell me what problem I have. I don't know, but he tells me, sir, you have this problem. First, I don't accept. He convinces me, he says, no, I have a full literature, you have a problem. And then I say, sir, all right. If I have this problem, what do I do? He says, I also have a solution. Yes? So he says, they tell me the problem, they bring a solution. I have to heavily pay for both. First, knowing the problem, then finding the solution. Yes? He said, now they're telling me plastic pollution, microplastic. And therefore, they need very sophisticated technology to decontaminate the sea waters of plastic pollution. He said, sir, when I tell them, can you please tell me where this thing come from in the first place? For that, they have no answer. But when I tell them, why the hell we threw the plastic into the ocean in the first place? Now, skilling doesn't mean that we must apply the cutting edge of technology to withdraw that microplastic. The skill also lies in telling people, why do you throw the plastic in the first place? That's the simplest solution. Avoiding a problem is the best solution to the problem because the problem will not be there. Therefore, when it comes to skilling part, before that, I tell people, Arnab, as you say, I'm not as knowledgeable as you are, but I tell people most of the problems which occur in the ocean, they are only the consequence of what's happening underwater. On the surface, nothing happens literally. On the surface, only water evaporates and then it turns into rain, and you are happy about that. Other problems of temperature rising, pollution, all those threats are happening underwater. And if we don't understand the ocean underwater, we will not be able to relate that change underwater with the behavior over surface. And so far, very few people are paying attention to that. And underwater, in my view, is an extremely complicated, knowledge-driven endeavor. You are speaking about sonar, but I am speaking about a 360-degree understanding of underwater domain. It will be understanding the ocean chemistry, physics, biology, and relationships between them and the communities, their action, what they expect from the ocean, and what they do to the ocean. We these days are talking about something called marine spatial planning, which means plan the space in marine ecosystems so that we don't damage the ocean so much. But how would you plan something which you don't even understand? We simply don't understand. So how do we plan? I'm happy at least people have started talking about it. Right? So I'm thankful to Arnab. At least he's talking about, we are happy talking about smaller problems in big way. But he's talking about a big problem in a small way. Close to the people, close to those who must understand what kind of problem we are getting into. And the kind of skills it's going to need is going to be immense. And we don't have it. I was again associated with the initial kind of position paper for skill development. I was told by Delhi, you are sitting in Europe, these guys do skill development very well. Why don't you go and understand how do they do it? And then tell us how we can do it. Like El Nino. So I spent a lot of time understanding how these guys do skill development and what can we learn from them. Whatever, each country will have to have its own system, but it's good to learn from others. I was amazed to see how these people forecast the skill needs for next 20, 30 years. What they will need, because you know the trend where the world is going, right? You can do this SWOT analysis. Where are we heading? The technology, where is technology heading? And what kind of skills shall we need in next 20, 30 years? And then third, their industry, their chambers, their universities, their non-governmental bodies, their SAGAR, they all sit together and then they think how to achieve these skills in the next 25 years. By the time industry comes up with a proposal, by then the skill is already there, right? And our problem is that we think of the skill when the problem has already arisen and is on our neck. Yes. While of course, lot of industry now has become the training centers, because when I used to meet them, I used to tell them, because we always say that we are the largest youth power in the world. And then we'll add technically trained manpower, right? And then they will tell us, all right, you're the largest youth manpower, but technical manpower is a questionable thing. They say, what you know I don't need, what I need you don't know. That's the problem. So why do we create skills and knowledge? For whom? For self-emancipation? I'm sure no. There is an end user of that skill and knowledge. Do we ask that person what kind of skill and knowledge you need? The answer is no. So I think time has come, and in the process we frustrate both. The youth who thinks he has got the skill now, and he has not, and the industry which thinks they are producing, but they are not. So we are creating a lot of frustration in the system, right? I think since we are talking about skills now, I think we need to sit down, work out what exactly we need. I know we need a global vision, but it will be done sectorally, because that is how you will go up. In fact, most of the European and American companies in India, they have their own schools. In fact, they take IIT graduates, but then they train them for within their own companies, because IIT skills are of no use to their industry. In fact, so either we are overskilling them or we are underskilling them, but we are not appropriately skilling them. So they overskill, they have to downgrade their skills. Now, a fellow goes for, say, automobile industry, but his skills are space. So he says, "Niche utro." So I think if we don't do this, then who said we have missed so many buses? So I think Vice Chancellor mentioned. So there is a bus waiting for us, and the conductor is desperately waiting to whistle the bus to go. Now, if you do not board that bus, even that bus will go. All right, metro. I'll say metro. We'll miss that metro. And then we'll be going to Nordic countries with a total population of 35 million or less, and say, can you please give us those skills? Because 1.4 billion people do not have those skills. Thank you very much.
They say that our degradation of the earth and the oceans is the biggest thing that we've done on this planet. And the one thing that needs to be bigger is our movement to stop it. So thank you so much, Ambassador Sir, for giving us this wake-up call. And I think by being at this event, in some small way, we are boarding the bus. Uh, so it's been a remarkable event, and it calls upon me to deliver the vote of thanks. First of all, to all of you, you've been a very captive and very attentive audience. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I really thank the speakers, Mukesh Malhotra sir, Ambassador sir, Sutaune sir, Vice Chancellor sir, Pradeep Bhargava sir, and of course to Arnab sir. Thank you. We've all learned so much from all of you today. Thank you again to the Indo-Swiss Center of Excellence for partnering with us in bringing these workshops to life, to the HT Parekh Foundation for supporting us, and to COEP for being a gracious host and now an intellectual partner as well. Last but not the least, I must thank those behind the scenes, our team. Much of the team is youngsters, and I really thank all of you for putting all of this together. To Divya, Catherine, Shailaja, Noah, Prathamesh, Mehul, Rishikesh, Ritika, Rushika, I see all of you in the audience. Thank you for making this happen. And thank you all so much for coming. This workshop has got the best start possible because of all of you. And this is just the beginning. We will meet again very soon. I now call upon Lakshmi. We have a very, yes.
So, can you just get a copy of that? So, we partnered with O to design our. I mean, I'm not giving any memento or gift, but I think this can be the best memento that we can give. Lakshmi is instrumental in designing this, and Lakshmi, 2 minutes you'll speak about this, what this is about, and then we would like to hand over one copy to all our esteemed guests present on the dais and later on off the dais.
Hello, everyone. Hi. So I run an organization called O. It is a trust. We work to basically get to acknowledge the oneness in art and science. And when we've talked about sustainability, there's always conversations on sustainability and science, sustainability and commerce, and art is often left behind. And communication is very key, and art plays a key role in communication. And I also think that the 17 SDGs we look at also misses the point of art and communication. So I think that approach is very important. And keeping that in mind, we have brought out this calendar. And this is, Arnab was very kind to partner with us and bring this out. So this calendar has also has these beautiful pictures. So one of my actors, I also write and direct plays, and he's also an officer in the Merchant Navy. And he'd gone on the ship and brought back these very beautiful photographs here. And when he showed it to me, I thought we should put this to use. And we were working on the calendar at the time and said, let's go with ocean as our theme, and contacted Arnab, and Arnab was very graciously giving us these. Did you know thing about the oceans? So there are facts on this, and yes, and we'll get to see the facts. And then also there are these beautiful poems connecting poetry to the images over here. So every month there will be something to look forward to. Read and reread, and poetry is all about imagination. It will propel us to where we are headed. So thank you very much.
Lakshmi, to please hand over to you.
Lakshmi also tells people to look at the calendar, not at the cell phone for date.
Certainly.
I really find at my home,
Yes.
calendar क्यों चाहिए?
Yes.
They look at the machine.
I know when we were giving it to people also said, no, हम फोन पे देखते हैं, क्या जरूरत है, पर है.
Pollution हो गया.
I still look at the traditional calendar.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Lakshmi. So you'll get to hear about from Lakshmi also about various aspects. When we talk about equality, even art and science equality is also an issue. Democratization of technology and a whole lot of issues you'll hear from her. She actually does a bridging between the various aspects. So we'll get to hear her also. Thank you so much, sir. We'll request you to please join us for a cup of tea and then we'll come back for the next one.
India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When you look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. they have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of efforts across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems. as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role in the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center MRC Pune progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, welcome back. We have slightly run behind schedule. I'm sorry. So we'll start the next session. It's a detailed presentation on what the underwater domain awareness framework is about. And since we have young people, I want to also talk about the opportunities that are there, and even for the young naval officers who are here. I have been like you 25 years back, right? Okay. So I'll get going with the presentation. Okay. So if you look at the presentation, Young India and the New Global Order, a new perspective based on the underwater domain awareness framework for safe, secure, sustainable growth. I think from the inaugural session, you are convinced that it is an opportunity, and it is an opportunity very, very important for India and the young India that we are talking about, right? So when we say safe, secure, sustainable growth, safe is safety from natural disasters, secure is security from any man-made threat, and of course sustainability. And when I say sustainability, it is not just ecological sustainability that we are talking about. There is far more than that. And I would like to convince you, and of course growth. I mean, we can't do anything if it is not related to growth. So how do we connect all of it? And you can see in a little bigger font, digital ocean. I mean, I would also like to correct myself that it's not just digital ocean, it is the entire freshwater system as well. There is a huge opportunity. So many people might say that we are not a coastal state, so how does it matter to us? But let me assure you that the underwater domain, both in the marine and the freshwater system, is relevant, and really there is so much more to talk about and take things forward. So I'll just try and give you a larger geostrategic context. Then India in the 21st century, what is underwater domain awareness, what we are doing, and how we can work together with you, and then some of the way aheads. Now, if you look at this, today, the larger global order, when we say what's happening in the world and what is getting more priority by the global community, it is the tropical waters. I mean, you can see the different color in the center. It is -30 to +30. So there, today, every activity, I mean, every century has been different. There was a time when the Pacific was, Atlantic was important, then it shifted to Pacific, and now I think it is the time for the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, right? But as I wanted to flag, the tropical waters are very, very different. And we should avoid the trap by the West. See, you can't blame them. The West in the last 100 years has invested significantly to build technology know-how. And this is their time to make the return on investment, right? Just to give you a sense of the underwater domain itself, during the Cold War era, the Americans and the Russians invested significantly to bring a lot of technology and know-how in the Greenland, Iceland, UK gap. Once the technology is stabilized, mass production happens. That's a very natural cycle. And when mass production happens, you look for markets. I mean, just to take you back to the Industrial Revolution. What was the Industrial Revolution? You mechanized and put a structured thing for men and material to produce. Now, the fallout of the Industrial Revolution was that you needed lot more raw material and you needed a much bigger market. Are you with me? So what happened? To collect the raw material, the Britishers or the people who were responsible or were part of the positive cycle of the Industrial Revolution, they started going around the world, controlling the world to make sure that there is enough raw material available to keep these factories going, engines of growth going. Then what happens to once you have produced that, where does it go? It has to find a market. So then for some time, people have a requirement. Once they do not have a requirement, you force them to buy it. Are you with me? That is what happened in the underwater cycle also. I mean, in the Cold War period, 60s, 70s, the West and also the Russians invested significantly to develop the technology and the know-how. Once they produced that, they started selling it to everybody. Now, when they started selling, now the problem is that the buyer doesn't know what he wants. So they say, this is very good, you buy it. Like Ambassador Mudgal was giving example of Africa. When you are telling the Africans what they want and also selling them the same thing, right? But you are not even asking them whether they need it or not. So typically, same thing was happening to us as well. But I think now India is looking at it very differently and we are more aware. So that is why it is very important that the very fundamental difference is the tropical conditions. The siltation is different. So if you have to do anything underwater, if you do not know what is the siltation pattern, I mean, a very simple example is navigation. If you have to use the waterways for navigation, we have such a amazing network of rivers. And if you do not use, I mean, just to give you an example, the JNPT port in Bombay puts 1,000 trucks on the road. And that creates traffic congestion. The carbon footprint is unimaginably high. Why can't we put that on a ship which can take it by the waterways, whether it is coastal transportation or even a river network system? You will not only reduce, you will improve the efficiency of this country. The logistic cost will, today our logistic cost is close to 17%. The global figure is in single digits. So we have to reduce it. And that's why there's a lot of focus by the government also. So there is a lot of work to be done there. So, but we have to understand, but problem is that the West is telling us I mean, these are obvious things. What I'm telling you is nothing, no rocket science. But how to implement requires understanding. So when we talk about the tropical waters, every way, I mean, whether it is, I talked about the physical aspects, but even politically, if you look at this region, we are still a pre-modern state. We are, from a governance perspective, we are still evolving, right? uh, Professor Anamika Barua will be speaking after me, and she will give you a larger context. She's an expert in economics and politics, so she will give you a perspective on that. But I'm just touching upon from the perspective of relevance. We are developing nations, don't have the resources to really invest big money, right? So next slide, please. So today the global community is talking about what is called the Indo-Pacific strategic space. What does the Indo-Pacific strategic space mean? By definition, it is the tropical waters of the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean. The larger interactions are happening here. What are the interactions that are we talking about? The sea trade. See, on one end, you have the economic engines like China, Korea, Japan. And the energy to run these systems are lying on the other side, from the Middle East. So one is energy is required. They need raw material, which comes from the African coast. So the entire flow, 60 to 70% of sea transportation is happening through these waters. And then once the finished product is made ready, it has to come back the same route. So this entire region has become extremely important. This region has about 50 to 60% global population. So the demography, so the consumption is also here, right? These are the people who need to be skilled, who are going to contribute to the global growth. I mean, if you look at Europe, they don't have people. They don't have young people. Who's going to drive this world in the future? So it is definitely this region which is important. India, China, and particularly India, our population is very young. So we have a bright future, but it can be bright only if we are ready for it. In the Second World War, the Americans made tons of money because the war effort required a lot of hardware to be made in very quick time. They were ready for it, so they could grab the opportunity. Today, we are close to being ready, but there's a lot of effort required. The global community needs it. But if you are not ready, you won't be able to contribute, right? So this tropical waters is very, very important, and that needs to be understood. And also, strategically, the interactions is in the maritime domain or in the underwater domain. Right? Next slide, please. But I also want to talk about the river systems. If you look at this, this is the Brahmaputra River. 1600 kilometers is flowing in China or Taiwan, 900 kilometers in India, and then it goes to Bangladesh. This river basin is surplus in water as of now. So if we are talking about India growing, I mean, even if we give you the example of semiconductors, I mean, there is so much being talked about. Semiconductor is extremely intensive in terms of the water requirement. You cannot set up these industry if there is no water surplus, because it consumes a lot of water. Where will you do it? But you have to ensure that this place is also safe, because nobody is going to invest their money if there is concerns of security. So from a holistic perspective, safe, secure, sustainable growth comes again and again, right? So if you have to do policy intervention, you have to have a sense of what are the political realities, what are the socio-economic realities, what are the socio-cultural realities. And to the benefit of the audience, I must tell you, day after we have Dr. Radhika's session, will be talking about socio-cultural aspects also. She's an historian. From a historic perspective, she's going to cover even the Brahmaputra basin and the Northeast region. So we've tried to weave into as many aspects as possible. Next, please. Now look at China. What this map shows you, if you see the north of China, there is huge water shortage. There is desertification that has happened there. I'm just taking the Brahmaputra and the Northeast in the right perspective. Can you see the north of China is water starved, and as you come down, and these red lines you can see are 1267 kilometers of underwater tunnel they have built, underground tunnel they have built to transport water. Can you imagine 1200 kilometers, 1267 kilometers? Because their urbanization also, I mean, China has a problem of distribution of growth. These are all coastal places, and the water is being pumped through underground tunnels to feed these centers of development. But what I'm trying to bring out here is they have the wherewithal, they have the know-how, they have the resources. Now the next is, if you look at the western planned route, this is what is likely to happen from the Brahmaputra. If China takes away the water, what is left for us? And what can it do to us? On one end, we want to have big plans to do development, but we have certain concerns as well. I'll not dwell too much on this. We'll go to the next one. But I just want to tell you the global scenario. Yeah, next. Now, whether it is the river Brahmaputra or any progress that we want to do, we have to always keep into account people, economy, and nature. People are very important, because if people do not feel the value of what you are doing, it makes no sense. It is finally people who are going to drive it. Economy, because it has to make economic sense. Otherwise, there is no motivation. But nature plays a very important role. Is it sustainable from an ecological perspective? And today we are talking about climate change. World Economic Forum has discussed a lot. Anup sir will be talking about it tomorrow. Industries now need to talk about climate change. I mean, they have to really worry, because if you set up something huge, you make massive investment. If it becomes a victim of climate change, then what is left for you? Right? So the industry is also concerned, and there is always a thought process to look at it in a very, very different way. Next, please. Now, India in the 21st century. let me now bring you back to what we are doing in India and what are the opportunities and how we can be part of it. Now, if you look at the SAGAR vision, it's an acronym which says security and growth for all in the region. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his own speech in the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, mentioned 4 tenets of this vision. First is that we recognize the concerns of security in the region, the political volatility that exists, and we need to be ready for it. We cannot ignore that. That's a serious issue. The second, we acknowledge the growth opportunities that exist. There is huge amount of resources underwater. There's huge amount of resources available in the region, and we need to take cognizance of it and prepare ourselves accordingly. The third he mentioned is that we also take cognizance of the maritime heritage that we had. In the 13th century, our GDP, we were 25% of the global GDP. We used to trade Far East and Far West. We were a global superpower. And we forgot everything. So the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned that we take cognizance of that, and we need to also give importance to our traditional knowledge and traditional practices. And the fourth very important point that he made is, now India is not looking at national boundaries. We are looking at a leadership role in the region. The acronym itself is security and growth for all in the region, not in the nation. So this is the first foreign policy declaration where we are talking about the region or our role in the region. Now, how does it translate? I mean, that's a broad vision given by the apex authority in the country. To make it happen, they announced the Sagar Mala, where all the infrastructure it will be a port-led growth. It will be connected. So the ports will be fed by the inland water transport, and it will make it far more viable in many ways. Then Act East policy also, we are now looking at the Northeast and beyond in a very, very serious manner. There is a lot of attention there. And of course, the Northeast will play a major role. But if you look at the geography of the Northeast, and I showed you that map, the Brahmaputra is so well placed. If you look at the geography of Assam and how Brahmaputra travels from one end to the other 900 kilometers. So any growth there has to have the river into account, right? And so I've talked about socio-economic, and so, but to make it happen, it is the capacity and capability building. I was giving a lecture a year back on, to the youth, why they should look at underwater. But I was just wondering, if you look at the inland water transport, the national waterway number 2 is on the Brahmaputra, 900 kilometers, or even national waterway number 1 is from Banaras to Haldia, 1600 kilometers. Now, waterway number 1 is almost half done, 50% done. Waterway number 2 is coming up. But I think these projects have been conceived at least 10, 15 years back, because the money has started flowing and work has started happening. But if we have conceived this 15 years back, or it actually, waterways has been being talked about 40 years now. But why have we not talked about capacity building till now? I mean, how will our young people get associated with a program like this? What were the skills required? How will the youth, even, I mean, a young child or young engineer or, a student, obviously some guidance is required. So academic institutions also have to jump into this and understand what is required for the country in the future. So I think there has been a gap by our generation. I definitely own that gap, but I think this is still, I think inland water transport is definitely relevant for the next 40 years. And we'll talk about, in our technology section, we'll talk about what are the aspects that are required and what are the opportunities. And I'm talking to a bright young a student or a young mind. It is not about you looking for a job, but also what are the startup opportunities. Next, please. Now, just giving you a unique perspective, when you talk about river dolphins are blind because they live in muddy waters. And India is very fortunate. There are 5 river dolphin species. Amazon, they call it Botu. In Yangtze in China, it is called Baiji. In India, we have in the Ganga, Brahmaputra and Indus. In Brahmaputra, it's called Hihu. But the numbers are going down tremendously. 1995 census in Brahmaputra, I think they counted 3,000 dolphins. 2005, it came down to about 300. And now numbers are still not declared, but I think it's definitely, and a lot of money has been spent on that. I have no comments on the conservation effort, but I just want to say these river dolphins are blind. They use what is called acoustic vision. They perceive the environment through sound. And as an acoustic engineer, when I was designing the sonar classifier for the nuclear submarine project, I tried to study how these creatures, or I mean, biomimicry is a very well known subject. And I tried to understand how they do it, and we designed the sonar classifier for the nuclear submarine project based on this. You'll hear enough stories of how the bullet train has been designed using these kind of techniques. So you can see this dolphin, it has a very unique beak, and this uses this for focusing sound so that they can get better ranges. They use high frequency, but so there is a lot of work that is going on. I was part of this University of Tokyo and WWF project where we set up underwater sensors in the Ganga, not in Brahmaputra. There was a lot of resistance in the Brahmaputra project for setting up these things, but we could set up in the Ganga, in Bulandshahr, Narora, and we also set up in the Iravati dolphins in Chilka. Iravati dolphins are again very unique. They are called facultative dolphins. 6 months they are in fresh water and 6 months they are in salt water. They use a lot of sound. Again, they are also blind and they use sound. Next, please. Just to give you a sense of the water resource availability. Right now, on an average, we are 20% short. And not only that, you see the distribution of water, fresh water, across the country. The unequal distribution is going to be a bigger worry. As I told you, if you look at this map, now after this COVID crisis, there was a lot of interest by Taiwanese company to set up semiconductor manufacturing in India, right? I mean, that's a national mission now. But where in India can you do it? It's the Northeast, right? I mean, if you see the water availability perspective, there was a lot of discussion also I've heard about. But in the long run, if China diverts the water, then what happens to you, right? If you set up such a big thing. So there are various issues. Water resource management is a very, very important area which needs focus. Like even for the city of Pune, Khadakwasta is 50% silted. We need to do something about it. There's a lot of opportunity for young engineers to look at it. Next. If that was not enough, water quality is a bigger concern. If you look at the quality of water that is available, and my worry is that water quality and water resource management has to go hand in hand. There are two different ministries that are dealing with it. On one end, we have fresh water being even flushed down through your washroom, right? High quality water. That is, but there are huge population that are not getting fresh water for domestic purposes. There are industries that are using high quality fresh water for cooling purposes. So we have to have a calibrated approach where recycled water can be made available for certain usage. Because if you look at the water availability, there's going to be a huge issue. We need to be very, very mindful of this. And also, at the same time, when you get the water in your tap, you have no idea what is the quality of water. 28 parameters can be measured, and I think young students know you can even make it available in a mobile app. Now, when you put a tap, open the tap, what water is coming in your tap, don't you think I don't think it's a too big an ask in today's world. Just that we have not been able to integrate the larger thought from a policy perspective, right? Next, please. So these are all issues of underwater domain awareness. I just wanted to explain this through a few examples. Typically, when we look at the global context, maritime domain awareness became a very major term. Ambassador Mudgal sir also mentioned about it. Maritime domain awareness became a term which was, largely it was after the 9/11 in the US and 26/11 in India. It's a good concept. If you have to manage the entire global commons of the maritime domain, you need to have better awareness. And then with that awareness, you have well-informed policy. But problem here is that it remained a security-driven thing. So now the security agencies cannot drive science and technology, right? So it remained on the surface. There was hardly much of awareness below the water, and the MDA remained on surface. I'm saying it with a lot of responsibility. I've been a naval officer myself, and it's not just India; it's a global community. I mean, even in the US, there is a US Navy commander named Commander Bores, who has written a very beautiful paper, and the title of the paper is Maritime Domain Awareness: Myth versus Reality. And he has given various points in that. Next, please. So typically, who are the stakeholders? When we say underwater, who are the people who are interested in underwater? Who are the stakeholders? Of course, maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. How do we get more and more science and technology? How will you do digital ocean? There's a lot of science and technology that is required. Next slide, please. Just to give you an example, you say security. We had the Kasab incident. He came by a surface boat. I'm sure we are not expecting the next guy will come by a surface boat. There is so much underwater robotics happening. And imagine something happening, an underwater attack happening in any of our major coastal installation. I don't want to go further to that. What happens to our economy? Then, of course, underwater robotics is now done by young children. I mean, I'm using that word with responsibility. High technology, it comes much easier for the younger generation. So we got to be very, very aware, and we have very high population. There are certain internal security concerns. So we have to be very careful about that. How do we really monitor what's happening, and how do we have far better awareness of what's happening below the surface of the water? The last picture that you see is of migration. You've heard about the Rohingya crisis. Boat people is almost 600-year-old concept. People floating on the boat. But these people, imagine where they come from. They are people with no fear, no expectation. If they turn against you, they can be somebody you will not be able to counter. So these large scale migrations, and particularly and as I said, it's a very highly or densely populated region. If there is not equal distribution of wealth, it can be a huge problem. And we got to be prepared for large scale maritime migration, and particularly, I mean, estimate says in the next 10 years, we're talking about more than 10 million people who could be moving around. Next, please. In terms of blue economy, as I said, Indian Ocean region is a hub for energy security. Fisheries. If you look at global fishing since 1996, there is a decline in the global fish stock. But the bycatch, because we use big trawls, more than 100 tons of fish is picked up in one net. And you are all only interested in few species. So almost 80% of it is thrown back into the sea. That's called bycatch. The bycatch today is of the order of 80%. How do we reconcile? I mean, on one end, we have declining stock, and on the other end, we have so much wastage. How will you regulate? You cannot allow this to happen. And particularly in the Indian coast or the Indian subcontinent, there are areas where there is fish dying of old age, and there are areas which are overfished. So there is a huge requirement of regulating the underwater space or the fish sector, and it requires a lot of technology. So there is a huge opportunity there. And sorry, go back. Then of course, deep sea mining. I mean, the last two budgets, there have been more than 4,000 crores, 5,000 crores that has been allocated. The international community is very, very seriously looking at, like, when you talk about EV, 6 times resources, the rare earth metals are going to come from the undersea, right? The International Seabed Authority has only given approval for exploration. Exploitation is not yet permitted. And there's a lot of debate going on whether they will allow this or not. So we need to really look at this in a very, very different perspective, right? So, but it requires massive capacity building. We are a partner to the Ministry of Earth Sciences for capacity building for the Deep Ocean mission, right? Next. Now, I mean, it's also true for the freshwater systems. You can see the Brahmaputra, there is so much oil and gas available, so much exploration happening. You can see dredging happening because navigation has become an important thing. You can see a lot of fisheries happening, and this whole momentum of growth, how do we take a step back and make sure that whatever we are doing does not go too far away from the sustainability expectation, right? Next, please. Then, of course, environment and disaster management. One is underwater noise. Speed of sound in air is 345 meters per second. Speed of sound underwater is 1500 meters per second, right? That's one part. But the second important thing is when you talk about signal processing, the speed of sound varies with 1 degree centigrade change in temperature. The speed of sound varies by 4.6 meters per second. So what happens to your calculation? I mean, the signal processing students will understand that, right? Your sonar will not function, right? So how will you compensate for these kind of things? So you have to build those models and simulators, make sure that you understand the tropical conditions. In the city of Pune itself, the maximum to minimum temperature difference is 20 degrees, right? So you are looking at a huge difference in the sonar sound speed. You have to compensate for it from a signal processing perspective. Can the West tell you that? I don't think so. So we have to have models which are taking real-time data, which is very much possible today. We take real-time data, do the mitigation right then and there, and your algorithm, of course, has to work real-time, right? So acoustic habitat degradation is a very serious issue we need to address. There's a lot of work that can be done and needs to be done. We are happy to report that we went to the International Maritime Organization. We means India went to the IMO, and what we presented was a very customized technical tool or digital tool to monitor underwater noise, low frequency underwater noise because of shipping, and gave them a solution. Today, the West, Canada, US, North Europe is coming up with a huge number of, because this has become a very important issue. So, it also, there's a lobby that works. So they are coming up with a lot of solutions and they are making you buy. I mean, what Mudgal sir said that, they told the Africans what they need and then gave them also what they need. So they are telling us that you should do this. But I had a counter view to tell them that we have this tool, we can evaluate the efficacy of the solution that you're giving. And that got bought. I'm happy to say that. So in the IMO presentation, when I presented this, the IMO took cognizance of it, and based on that, because we were the only ones talking about the tropical waters. Obviously, the West doesn't understand the tropical waters, and this was a tool that was developed for the tropical waters. I'll talk about it in some time. And of course, disaster management. The 2011 Fukushima disaster that happened, they had such good systems. I am not here to say that you can prevent a natural disaster. But with better warning systems or early warning, you can definitely minimize the loss of life and property. The Japanese could develop systems that could give them the right kind of warning, and they could. So I have visited them and I saw. So we need to develop better disaster management with a lot more technology underwater. Because most of the disasters today are originating from the sea. So we can definitely do a far better job to manage disasters originating from the sea. And again, that is underwater domain awareness, right? Next, please. So these are some of the examples, even in the river systems, in the freshwater systems, there is so much happening today. I mean, the entire climate change mitigation or climate change resilience will require huge amount of effort in the underwater domain. The climate change assessment itself, as Sir mentioned, requires a huge amount of underwater domain awareness. I'm happy to tell you that every day evening from 4:30, you will have presentation by our MRC project fellows, research fellows who will be talking about different projects. We have quite a few students, final year students from IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, TERI. They are doing multidisciplinary work. Many are computer science and electrical engineering, but there are many students working in humanities and liberal arts also, because it has to be a comprehensive effort. And I'll encourage and request you to be part of these presentations, and please ask them questions. Next, please. And of course, science and technology. If you look at the first picture, do we have understanding of the ecosystem that exists underwater? How the various components of the ecosystem interact with each other? We have very little understanding. Typically today, many of our policies are based on informations from the West. We have no idea how our ecosystem interacts with each other. So there's a lot of work to be done. If you talk about sustainability, how will you drive sustainability if you do not understand the ecosystem itself? So there's a huge amount of work required. Even all the species are not identified, or the characteristic of the species are not identified. Just to give you an example, the whale family has 126 subspecies, including dolphins. 126. We as humans only know about 25 species. So how will you drive conservation if you do not understand so there's a lot of, and typically today, if you see whether it is a tiger mission or whatever you say, it is all species specific. Can you conserve if it is not an ecosystem approach? And I mean, there's a lot of initiative. I mean, even Mr. Amitabh Bachchan also sits on NDTV the whole day and talks about it. I don't want to make any personal comment against anybody. The point I'm trying to make is it cannot be species specific. It has to be an ecosystem approach. And that can only be done when you take a holistic approach. So now, if you look at the second thing, India has an EZ of 20 lakh square kilometer, but now we have applied to the International Seabed Authority, it is likely to double, almost double. Now, with such a huge area, are we capable of putting sensors? I mean, if you have to create the domain awareness, you have to put some sensors there, right? But is it physically possible to put sensors in such a huge area? How will you build smart systems which will create? I will give you some examples. I mean, this can be only driven by models. Modeling and simulation is the only way. And we have to develop those capabilities. People talk about AI and very loosely. People do not understand what is AI. I'm saying this with my personal experience. I mean, there are AI experts. I have no doubt in their capability. They can make, but unless you can put the domain knowledge with that, you can't give useful solutions or meaningful solutions. I hope you agree with me on this. The domain knowledge is extremely important. Then only you can build the systems that will be effective, right? Now, this is something, I mean, when I was in Tokyo in 2014, I was part of a couple of research cruises. You can see that AUV being deployed, that is AUV Urashima, it was being deployed. And it's a very fantastic system. It's an ecosystem that they've built. The research ships, they have 5 very top class. They're probably globally they're the top research ships that are there, equipped with all the equipments. But those are maintained by Jamstack, is an organization these maintains the ships. Then Tokyo University controls all the research cruises of this. And then you have young students like you, even BTech students or postgraduate students or PhD students, who have to compulsorily be on the ship as part of their project to do real world problem solving. And sometimes, even if it is not possible for the young student to be part of it, there's a research crew that embarks. So I was part of the research cruise, and in one of the cruises, I was also made the team leader for the research team. So you have to take over from the young students or the young researcher what is the requirement, and when you come back, you have to deliver the data or the samples that they need. So it's a very beautiful ecosystem they have built. Jamstack maintains the ship. There is a crew for the AUV, comes with a crew which deploys and does whatever is required. Then there is a research crew from the academy or the research institutes who go on board, and they are regularly sailing, so they exactly know what is required. And even there are industry reps. The top industry houses will depute some of their very senior people. So in my 10 days of cruise, I was with very senior members of the top corporates there. And they are not only part of the cruise, they also sit with you. So I was sharing a room with a gentleman from the corporate world. So 3 days in a week, he used to spend time in the university. So if a researcher says, I want so and so, it is his responsibility to make it happen. And so when they go on board and go to the ship to sea, they are. So in my whole 2 cruises that I did, first sailing, we proposed some few modifications, and within that gap of 10 days in the next cruise, they all get rectified. And that is the speed with which the industry works. And they don't, you don't have to even go through a cycle of billing and everything. I mean, everything is well taken care of. It's an ecosystem that they've built. I think we need to have something like that here if we want to really go to the next level. The last picture that you see is a boy that was supposed to be deployed for 2 years, 4 kilometers from the surface. We went and deployed this with very high precision sensors, which will collect data and store it for 2 years. So this is all cutting edge technology globally. So that is how they have been working at a very different level, but it doesn't come in 1 or 2 cycles. It's a iterative process which has been going on over a period of time, and it is being done in a very intense manner. Next, please. So this is the framework that we propose. The underwater domain awareness framework, when I say framework, it talks about policy, it talks about technology intervention, it talks about capacity building. Now you look at this, the 4 faces of the cube represent the 4 stakeholders. The security agencies, both internal and external security agencies. You talk about blue economy, you talk about environment and disaster management, you talk about research and innovation. All of them may have their specific requirements, but the core will remain acoustic capacity and capability building. If my sonar does not give me the range that I, or the performance that I desire, it gives me 60% degradation of performance, then what am I talking about? Even if I can make this performance, I mean, today we are getting 6 nautical miles. If I can make this to even 12 nautical miles, which is easy, I can deny that to my adversary. So I'm getting a strategic advantage of 4 times. Are you with me? My asset deployment comes down by half. But today we are not able to, because we are so fragmented. Every stakeholder is driving his own agenda. I mean, I'm not saying a negative agenda, but they are driving their own thing in their own way. Defense will not collaborate with others. CSIR will not collaborate with others, and a whole lot of things that are happening. A lot of fragmentation for whatever reason. I'm not an expert to comment on that. But if we come together, we can consolidate. Pooling of resources and synergizing of effort is what we are proposing through this. And if you look at the vertical construct, what I spoke about just now was the horizontal construct. And this is in the case for the region also. There are different countries in the region which can collaborate. You can fight a security battle with Pakistan, but can we not come together to do some research for blue economy? So there is tremendous opportunity to collaborate on certain specific issues. The second is the vertical construct. A lot of sensing is, we have no idea of our own underwater domain. What kind of species exist? What kind of signals exist? What kind of noise exists? We don't even have the SNR values. So what will you deploy? How will you deploy? So a lot of sensing, a lot of, once you have done the sensing, a lot of interpretation or analysis, and then the policy. Typically today what is happening is the West is telling us what should be our policy. Now, if my sonar is giving 70% degraded performance, if I deploy the equipment, I don't even know what I'm getting. I've seen, marine conservation researchers deploying some equipment for data collection. They get something, they do some analysis, and I don't know what they're analyzing. So there is a lot of collaboration that is required. And we know a technology guy will not collaborate with a science guy also. Forget about humanities or liberal arts. Isn't it? So there is a lot of collaboration that is required. And I think this actually talks about it. And even for the young people who are here, I know every student, to get a degree from his institution, he has to do a project. Now, is your project solving a real world problem or not is a question that you have to answer, or at least ask yourself. Because then only you will be employable. As it was discussed in the morning, people are doing, I mean, people are working hard. I mean, in India, a degree doesn't come easy. I mean, almost 60 to 70% institutions, degree does not come easy. They have to work hard. But many times, the project that they did in their college, that should be your identity, right? When you say who you are, I think what project you have done, get your degree, should be an identity for yourself. But that's not many of our students are proud of. Are you with me on this? So there is a lot of, so this actually solves that. The project that you do, which stakeholder is it relevant? Even for the stakeholder, they know how is this project relevant to me? And it connects you to the future industry, or even if you are a innovator, you want to do a startup, you must be able to connect. So it also talks about the demographic dividend, that, or how to manage the demographic bulge that we have. So every small thing, and it is a multidisciplinary framework. Because many people said, I am not an electronic engineer, so this is not relevant for me. But do you think policy can be done by electronic engineer, or a engineer? So this is a multidisciplinary, truly multidisciplinary framework where all disciplines can contribute, can be associated, and be part of this whole journey. Next, please. Now, that was a very wide and larger perspective. Let me give you some simple examples. Underwater radiated noise. Every ship that is deployed in the water generates a certain sound. It can go up to, in the 100 to 1000 hertz range, it can go up to about 100 dB, which is quite a lot, right? But that underwater radiated noise is important for three different stakeholders. In the Navy, it is important for stealth, because you don't want somebody to detect you or somebody to identify you, right? So from a stealth perspective, for almost 60, 70 years, the navies have been investing significantly on acoustic stealth. But today, from the conservation perspective, it is becoming important that we do not cause acoustic habitat degradation in the water. In 2018, in the Maharashtra coast alone, there were 80 big whale strandings that have been reported. 80 big whale stranding in the 720 kilometers of Maharashtra coast alone. And people came out with all kinds of, somebody said there was some plastic in the belly, so it was because of plastic ingestion, but I beg to differ. And I've reported this in a couple of journals, and people have agreed to me. It is acoustic habitat degradation that is happening, and I'll show you that. So From an acoustic habitat degradation perspective also it is important. So don't you think the Navy and these organizations should come together and develop the monitoring mechanism or whatever interventions are required? And of course, the ship designers and ship builders must get the right feedback. India with 7,500 kilometers of coastline should have been a #1 exporter of or shipyard in the world. But we are not. We are importing so much, but it is all being carried by foreign flagged ships. Next. And we have to make ships which are of the future. Can't be ships which the industry doesn't want to buy. Now, coming to sediment management, as I said, in tropical waters, the siltation is very different. So whether it is water resource management, as I mentioned, Khadakwasta Lake, wherever we have storage dams and wherever water resource is being stored, even between a storage dam and a recharge dam, we should know what to do, how desiltation. If you dig the wrong layer, a storage dam can become a recharge dam, and a recharge dam can become a storage dam, and it can cause disaster. So you really need to do that study and do it the right way. Then, of course, inland water transport. The siltation pattern, if you do not understand and if you do not do a study, you will not. Today, dredging has become the de facto standard for desiltation. JNPT spends 150 crores annually for desiltation, and it has become very difficult. It has almost become unviable. So how do we manage this? And coastal management is a big issue. Erosions and, so many areas are getting underwater. So how do you manage this? So again, here we need to come together. Acoustic capacity building has to come in. Policy interventions have to come in. And then only we'll be able to drive this in an effective manner. Next. So this is the UDA framework for a user academia industry partnership. If you look at it, the funnel on one end are the government policies that are there. Make in India is there, Skill India is there, Startup India is there, Digital India is there. I want to share a joke. Pradeep Bhargava sir mentioned something. I reached out to the Sagarmala cell. Government has a huge setup. Now it is being driven as a Section 8 company. And I said that we can contribute. When I met the minister and honorable minister sent it. So I made a presentation. They have consultants. PricewaterhouseCoopers was a consultant, and they gave me a thumbs up that yes, this is relevant, this is very good. Then it, of course, moved in a file. And when it reached the top, the honorable secretary said, in our mandate of Sagarmala, there is no mention of underwater. So to accept this, we have to first correct that. So I have to wait till the time they correct that. I don't want to make any comments beyond this, but I think we need to take cognizance of this in a way. So there are instruments available. If we want to push underwater, if we all agree that this is important, we want to push it, but there could be certain hurdles that we may face. And what Bhargav sir said, I was really laughing that what he's saying is true experience. Next, please. So riverine communities, now all this so-called development is good. But what happens to the communities that have to live through it? It is the indigenous people who matter, who should matter. Whether it is a riverine community or coastal community, many times we take no notice of them. We say, chalo hato aap log, hum aapko batate kaise karna hai. We'll put some resorts, we'll put some industry, which they are not at all associated with that. And that creates the unrest. What we have done is we have developed certain tools which will help the community. Not only the community, it is also going to help the policy maker. Now, if you have a section of the river, a section of the coast, what should be the best utilization of that portion? Don't you think there has to be a focus on that? And from a holistic perspective, not only the economic growth, but also from a sustainability perspective or from a climate change perspective. So we have developed these tools which can help you drive. So giving you example, we did a project on developing a shrimp farming tool, and it's interesting. I'll take 2 minutes to explain you what this whole thing was. In 1988, India acquired the first nuclear submarine from Russia, because our submarine will get ready, but before our submarine gets ready, we need to be ready in terms of how the fleet will operate and all that. So when it sat down in position, the entire sonar screen got blanked out. It was in the east coast, and the exercise that was planned was to detect the incoming fleet. The submarine sat down in position to detect, but within some time of it getting into position, the entire sonar screen got blanked out. So there was of course a brainstorming, and one of the senior, not an officer, but a senior person who spent about 25 years of service, he said, "Sir, we'll do blast transmission, theek ho jayega." Young naval officers like this story, but it is important for others also. So of course, the captain was well exposed. He thought for a while and he said, "Okay, that is the only option, we'll do that." So they did that. And so what I want to give you a parallel story where the Americans deployed their nuclear submarine. Nautilus was supposed to be deployed in 1952. It came out in 1954. 1946, the Scripps Institute of Oceanography in US did a snapping shrimp mapping of the entire world. Strategic submarines are not for your waters, it is for waters far beyond your shores. And if they have to deploy, and they're in that study, and thanks to them, after 30 years, these documents become unclassified. They found that the snapping shrimps are the biggest noise maker. They make 200 dB reference 1 micropascal. The biggest mammal on earth, blue whale, makes 196 dB. Blue whales are in single numbers, right? I mean, in a school of blue whale, it is about single digit, not less than 10. Snapping shrimps are in millions, 2 to 3 millions in a snapping shrimp bed. The tropical waters are the habitat of these snapping shrimps. So they were sitting on a snapping shrimp bin. So I wrote a paper in 2013. India is getting nuclear. I've been associated with the nuclear submarine project. First, I wrote it. I was still a serving naval officer, and I thought I've done a great job. But when time came to publish it, I got a little cold feet that I should run it through somebody. So Admiral Verma was here. He was that time head of the nuclear submarine project. I approached him, and he was very kind to say. I said, "What do you want?" He asked me, "What do you want from me?" I said, "So you be a co-author." So he went through the paper and he said, "We need to tone down the language in a particular way." So he agreed to be a co-author, and he gave me a lot of very good suggestions. He even spoke to the then captain of the submarine, and so we published this paper. But nothing happened. I mean, some people called up and said, "Very good," and it ended with that. I approached DRDO, I approached Navy, but probably it was not a priority at that point. So when I started my own organization, I said, "This is the first project I need to do." So I built this tool. And initially, me and Sridhar, we started working on it. I briefed to him, and our initial estimate was 6 months mein kar denge hum log. But we started working. The first level was to do a habitat mapping. When we did the habitat mapping, we found that there are 14 subspecies of snapping shrimps in the Indian subcontinent, and each of them have a very different vocalization pattern. And the actual requirement is a soundscape mapping, not a habitat mapping, right? So we had to translate that habitat mapping to the soundscape mapping, and took us a lot of effort to do, and we nearly completed that. So I was sitting with Pratap Rao Pawar sir once, and I was discussing with him, and he's a person with a lot of experience and understands the ecosystem. So he stopped me halfway and said, "Arnav, what have you done for the community?" I had no straight answers, and I didn't want to pretend an answer. So I said, "Sir, give me some time, let me come back." What we did is the same thing. I mean, it's just a set of algorithm which can sense the underwater conditions and find out how this species is vocalized. But we converted this into how this species will grow. And this became a tool. So I went back to him in some time and said, sir, this is what we have done. And he said, very good. And he was trying to help me out to do something, So this tool can actually help a policymaker to first identify what is the best place to do it, what is the best time. I mean, a spatio-temporal mapping, and sir, Mudgal sir has been rightly talking about the MSP. MSP is nothing but this. So initially, we were not even using the term MSP, but we've been doing spatio-temporal mapping for a long time. Probably we as techies only understand spatio-temporal thing. So we did that, but this can be used for various policy intervention and also for operational intervention. Now, these are very, very lucrative but very vulnerable species. It can actually, they succumb to disease outbreak and all those things. But there is a particular condition which will lead to a disease outbreak. So this tool can actually predict any such eventualities, and you can do an intervention far before. So this can be a very powerful tool which can be used. But we have been reaching out, but in the process, I met somebody. Ashwin sir will be there tomorrow here. So they are into seaweed farming, seaweed cultivation. So he said, Arnab, why don't you make it for seaweed? And we have done that. We just converted. Now we have the framework, the whole digital framework is there. So we just converted that. And tomorrow you'll witness that presentation by Shlok Namami. I'm very happy that he, IIT Bombay electrical engineering student who joined us for his second year project. And then now he's again with us in his final year. So what I'm trying to tell you, I mean, these are only 2 species that I've spoken about, right? You imagine how many more species are there. And this is not just the ocean species, even the riverine species. So much work can be done there. So we are, as an MRC, we are building the framework now. And this can be easily translated. So the same thing, we also build a deployment tool for submarines. How will you, I mean, what are the 2 requirements of a submarine? Vulnerability assessment and detection capability, right, youngsters? So this tool that we have made can actually give you how a submarine will be seen by an adversary and how will the submarine see an adversary. And for a strategic submarine and a conventional submarine, for a strategic submarine, vulnerability is absolutely uncompromisable. But a conventional submarine which gets into dogfight, they can compromise on vulnerability, but getting better detection capability is more critical. So this tool also can give you a customized thing. Next, please. So we have built those basic aspects, how to do a data analysis, because getting the data online is a very critical ingredient for a digital framework, right? So we have at least come over all that. So we have the larger digital framework to get the underwater parameters, and you can see this. The next, then the process data to go into the next level. So you can see, I mean, this is basically how this underwater speed will vary. And you can see so much variation. That's the tropical condition that we're talking about. So this is the tool that we developed. If you look at it, the shipping traffic in the Indian Ocean region, there's a system called automated identification system. It's like Google, which gives you the complete details of the shipping traffic and even the type of ship. Both the static and the dynamic data of the ship is available. And this is, in many places, it is also available freely online. Not in India and in some parts of the world, but there are areas where it is available. But you can get, I mean, there also there is a high quality data which is not available, but there is a satellite data which is available. So using that, we have built this. You can see that on the west coast, the underwater noise is so very high, and that justifies why so much stranding of whales is happening. When I wrote a paper and we found out that the last, these big whales are not supposed to be seen north of Sri Lanka. But now we've had 80 big whale strandings in 2018. The last sighting was done in 1915. But now, because of this kind of traffic, and particularly, I actually talked about the piracy. After 2009, when the anti-piracy operation started, the entire shipping lane was shifted to the coast because there were escorts that were there. And so bunching of ships also increased the noise significantly. And so my point here is that even for policy intervention, you have to have a sense of, so these tools can be extremely powerful to give you a realistic picture of the whole underwater space. So this is what we use. And here, we are not here to say that you stop shipping, but at least in certain ecologically sensitive months, we can divert shipping and a whole lot of decisions can be taken. Very precise and fine decisions can be taken. But this is the same thing. If you can map the underwater noise, my electronic engineering friends will understand your SNR can be easily calculated, right? So you can even predict the performance of an underwater sonar that you deploy. So we just took this further and made a tool for submarine deployment. How will your sonar performance and how will the adversary detect you? Using this SNR and also the underwater channel, we could convert this. And we also won a defense innovation competition in 2021. And before this, we won an innovation challenge for the conservation part of it. Next, please. So it is a 3D model. I mean, even the depths are covered in that. Next, please. So these are some of the work that we have done. We have a lot of startup ideas, innovations which are matured. I mean, it's been a contribution of many of our young students. We've got, I think, more than 200 BITS Pilani students have worked with us so far. About 100 IIT students have worked with us. We are very keen to have students from, I mean, initially I was feeling bad that, other students are not, I'm not able to convince other students. But IIT students probably, they think a little more in the future. So now we get about 300 applications from IITs and the top IITs. We are very happy to accept them and they work with us, but we are looking for young people from other institutions also. And we, when TERI students come to us and they contribute a lot to us, they are not, all of them are not science students, but we need them because if you want to do a larger holistic work, you need to have people. Next, please. So Niti Aayog has accepted our proposal and now they are looking at a national policy on capacity and capability building. We work with the security agencies also. We have some contributions and we have some projects ongoing. I can't talk too much on that. Next, please. So I think I've talked about it. We'll go to the next one. So this is a shrimp. So there's a lot of work that has gone behind it. Next. These are the, you can see the habitat mapping and then the sound mapping, and this is, you can see how it pans out. But there's so much more work to be done for various other species. Next, please. We do this summer school every year. 2017, 18, 19 we did. We had to take a break during the pandemic. This year again we are getting back into the UDS summer school. I'll be very happy if some of you want to join us. It's a 6-week program, 4 weeks. Earlier we used to do 4 weeks in Pune or Mumbai with support from Mumbai University or Pune University, and 2 weeks in Goa, where we take them and everybody does an individual project. But this year we are doing it 5 weeks. It will be done in Pune 3 weeks. 1 week we take them to the Malwan coast or the Goa coast, and then come back and 1 week of documentation. Every participant, there will be participants from the Navy. Navy has agreed to send officers. There will be participants from the Coast Guard, and there will be participants from shipyards and young students and faculty. When PhD aspirants may like to join us and take this forward. And you can see very senior people. I mean, Admiral Karve is seen, who was a CNC, and Tafekar sir, he'll be joining us in this program, and whole lot of other people joined us and spent. I mean, my request to them was to not be in a hurry. They next slide, please. So you can see a lot of people joining. Vice Chancellor of Mumbai University. Then many think tanks are represented. Industry is represented. Then you can see the CEO of National Shipping Association. There was a professor from a geopolitics professor from Taiwan also. Next. And you can see Admiral Arun Prakash, former naval chief. He came and spent 5 hours with our participants. He spoke to them. He heard from them, looked at every project differently. And of course, a person of his stature, the kind of wisdom that he can bring. You can see Dilip Donde, who's the first Indian to circumnavigate solo the entire world. Then you have Professor Dr. Prasanna Kumar, who was a former director of NIO. He does a full day beach walk in Goa. The weekend that we get, morning till evening, he's a physical oceanographer. He's accompanied by a very senior marine biologist. So 4 different beaches in Goa to explain. So it's morning 8 to evening 8, evening 7. We walk across different beaches and understand. And he's a scientist par excellence, very well recognized globally. So he participating this, and he takes a lot of interest in this. You can see the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, the present Director of NIO, and we also do a lot of other field activities. Like even, I mean, if it's in Pune, one weekend we take them to NDA also. I mean, young students must know what these organizations are about. Next, please. Then we do this field work. You can see in Khadakwasla, National Defense Academy was very kind to give us a lot of support. Next slide. You can see they gave us 5 boats to do data collection for over a week. We did a lot of data collection. One of my PhD students' project was, you can see her in the picture, Jyoti Sadalge. She is now a professor and HOD in a engineering college. And we did 4 days of data collection, 5 days of data collection, and that was analyzed. It took her almost a year plus to do the entire modeling. This was part of the validation or the simulation that she has done. And then next, we also, I mean, you can see 5 different sonars were deployed. Next, and then we even collected samples, went down to the bottom of the water body and collected. And that's what you can see. It was not coming in a proper coring device also, and so a coring measurement could not be done. We had to collect samples like this. Next. So how I think capacity building can be done is outreach, engage, sustain. So outreach is programs like this. Summer school is also part of it. But then we would like to engage at the young students level, internships, fellowships. You join us for an internship and you are able to prove yourself. We would like to offer you fellowships. And I think the stipend that you get is much better than any other institution. And then also engaging with the industry. You will see in this entire series of workshop, a lot of senior people, L&T, Head of Defense, JD Patil sir will be joining us. Bharat Forge is being represented. A whole lot of other industries will be represented. And also policymakers will be here. So you can interact with them, understand the opportunities that exist, and then sustain. Now we have projects from the Ministry of Earth Sciences, but we are reaching out to various other organizations. We have certain security projects also. So we need a lot of young people to work with us and contribute to these projects. And also they will be the pioneer in this sector, right? I mean, if the government has to drive or the country has to drive, you need people who understand. And even if you don't join us, it's fine. But I can assure you, wherever you go, you might go to a very top paying job or a very good job, but you will think of UDA. That is my satisfaction. The Center of Excellence. So this is the Center of Excellence model that we have been talking about: research, incubation, skilling, academia, strategy, all under one roof, where they interact with each other. Multidisciplinary students work with each other and understand. Because many times technology students don't look at the larger picture, and sometimes we get into a narrow lane. But if you work together, you will get a larger perspective, and then be well informed in choosing your future career. Next. Thank you very much. Any questions? Or what I will request you is that short of time, we have after lunch we have a session with Anamika ma'am, and she's going to bring a very different perspective, and I myself excited to. We'll break for lunch, and after that we'll have an interaction session. I'm there with you for the next 15 days. But I think I also want to, along with the food, I want to give you things. I'll answer all your questions after 4. Is that okay? Thank you so much. So we break for lunch.
India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Mail, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today critical challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations, over-dependence on extra-regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for this term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, through science and technology leading, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role in the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center MRC Pune progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest e-magazine. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UDA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization, where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation, and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening, and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of efforts across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision through its science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. These plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest EMAG. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunity that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
The 21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the Government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework, at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision through its science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022. India's presidency at G20 summit could consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role at the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest EMAG. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month. India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there's tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where I want to thank the participants online for joining us. And yes, we have less participation offline here, but we are definitely recording the entire session and it will be available on our website on completion of the whole program. So definitely the sessions will be available for people later on also. And the whole idea of this workshop was not only to give information and give the wisdom of many of our resource persons who are here, but also to connect with them, to reach out to them and make them aware of what the UDA is and how their work is also relevant to the UDA framework. So I'm happy Professor Anamika Barua is with us today, and she's somebody who has been part of Pune earlier, expert in economics and politics. And I think that's a very important dimension to the whole policy framework. And she's been doing some remarkable work. Now she's based in IIT Guwahati, but she's been doing a lot of very important international projects. I'll request her to talk about some of the work she's doing. And also, she's been part of many national policy making initiative. So she has the right insights and a very different dimension, because many of us or some of us coming from the technology background probably miss out the other dimension. So I will request Professor Anamika to first talk a little more about her work and some of the interesting journey that she has had. And in MRC, normally we don't read out a CV or a profile. I always request, we do a lot of programs like this, but I always request the resource person to himself or herself speak about them, their work, and certain things that they would like to highlight to the audience before they make the presentation. Anamika, I'll hand over to you, and please take it.
Good afternoon. I know that I have a very big task at hand to finish the presentation, but ensure that you all are awake after the lunch. So I will try my best by making this session more interactive than just one-way communication. But just as Arnab mentioned, and I'm so glad that you don't read out the profile, because it is very embarrassing at times that you are sitting there and somebody is saying that this person is like superstar and nobody is like this person. So let me, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. So as Arnab mentioned, I did my master's from Gokhale Institute. So I have a connect with Pune. And after completing my master's, almost after 16 years, I have come back to Pune. So that itself is really a pleasure. And after doing my master's, I went to the UK for my PhD. And my PhD was on ecological economics. And I started working, my PhD project was on water. And since then, I started working on water till now, but from various angles. What I did in PhD and what I'm doing today is very different. But yeah, I learned a lot in that process. And in terms of project, most of my work focuses on understanding how environmental decisions are taken, given the social, economic, and political context. And that, say, for example, if we are talking about water, how politics, economy, and society influences these decisions. So some of the projects that I'm right now working is on the Brahmaputra River Basin. I also would like to inform everyone, I'm not sure if none of you are aware of it, that what I'm going to present today is actually my own experience when I was, it was a World Bank funded project, and they wanted to actually begin diplomacy, tier 2 diplomacy with the academic community in the Brahmaputra Basin country. And IIT Guwahati was taking the lead. So we call it as Brahmaputra Dialogue. If you go online and Google, you will get about it, hear about, I mean, you'll see about it. But it was from 2013 to almost 2019, pre-COVID. I was facilitating that dialogue. I went to China, I went to Bangladesh, Bhutan, and it was an excellent experience. And one thing I realized that doesn't matter in which part of the world you are, there is a strong people-to-people connect. What makes it bad is the politics. If you remove the politics, everybody thinks alike. Everybody wants that everybody should prosper. Everybody wants there should be cooperation. Everybody feels that disasters needs to be managed. So actually, nobody is a kind of our enemy if you really remove all the political influence. And given that, I also wrote a space called the third pole. And what I mentioned there is my experience with the Chinese when I had to go there for the dialogue workshop, and then I was left alone because my colleague had to leave early because he wasn't doing well. And I had to travel from Shanghai to Beijing and meet few people. And the plan was just that me and my colleague would go. The appointments were fixed. But the organization who was helping us in facilitating this whole thing in China realized that I'll be going alone. And in China, those of you who have visited China, language is a big issue. So they didn't feel comfortable. And I was surprised on the day in the morning I was leaving, the head of that institution sent one of the person that you have to go with her and ensure that she goes back home safe, board her in the flight. And the entire expense of that person was borne by them. And it was so surprising for me because they told me that, no, you have to take this person with you. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, that affection is there. I mean, although they are from another country, there was an affection. So this is something which I had like very interesting memories. And from that, I also learned a lot. So today what I'm going to talk about is actually we are talking about blue economy. And I work mostly on the surface water. I haven't gone yet underground water, but surface water and the connectivity and how you can actually improve diplomacy, use bringing more economics, politics. Many of it, Arnab, you already touched. But before I begin, I want to know how many of you are engineers. I know a couple of them. Okay, okay, all right. So 90% of the house is engineers, which makes my task even more difficult and also interesting. So you have to forget your engineering now and look at water from a very different perspective. And the other question that I have is that we are talking about blue water, blue economy, but then there are other two forms of water as well. Is anybody aware, apart from blue, what is green and gray? So there's a concept called footprint, right? What is a footprint? Anybody can explain what is a footprint? Do we have any footprint, water footprint or carbon footprint? Yes? Yes, any kind of consumption that you are doing, which is emitting, is the amount of addition you have made to the carbon emission. So that is what is footprint. So bigger your footprint, if you have too many gadgets in your house and you're utilizing too many, such gadgets, which actually, giving out CO2 as a byproduct, your carbon footprint is high. Similarly, water as well. Now for water footprint, we actually divide the water into three different categories. Blue is what we are talking about, fresh water, marine water, ponds, which is given to us. The green is the rainfall, the precipitation, and gray is the wastewater. So if I want to tomorrow calculate, I can actually calculate using the availability of green, blue, minus gray water to see that, okay, how much actually water footprint. Because the thing is, even gray water is very important. It's not just we are using water, we are also polluting water. So what is available is also not available actually, what looks to be available. So these are some of the concepts which I think is very good for us to know in the beginning. Okay, now as you can see on my slide, my focus is actually on cooperation, diplomacy. We had several diplomats today. I'm glad that they are not here because they will not like what I'm going to speak about the diplomats. So that way it's good. So diplomacy and regional security. You know, they are all very closely connected, actually. So the first thing that I thought we can understand is what really we mean by regional security. I mean, does it like some kind of military security we are talking about, or human security we are talking about, or livelihood security we are talking about? But if you really talk about a region and cooperation, you are talking about everything together. It basically talks about mainly political and institutional mechanisms, which brings two or more countries together as one region. And you can, you know, go for work, they can come for work, you can work together, you can live together, there is no barriers, like what you see in European Union. It's like one example where the kind of trade they have is also sort of a free trade. There is no countervailing duty on things that moves from one country to another. So that is something like a regional cooperation. And although there are various positives and negatives, usually EU is supposed to be one of the best example of regional cooperation. Can anybody tell me that organization which is supposed to work for the South Asia as a regional cooperation? And is Southeast Asia as well? Only South Asia? Yes, SARC. So how about SARC? Is it a failure or is it a success? Not a success. How about from this side? Naval officers may have a lot of restriction, but you don't have. You can tell us. Yes, yes. So politics. So SARC was supposed to be an economic kind of focusing more on economy and trade and bring the South Asian countries together. There is no China there, in fact. South Asian countries together. It's like a regional, cooperation, but it didn't work. There was an elephant in the room who did not let it work, actually, which I will not say. I'm online as well. Anyway, so now I'm going to just quickly explain to you, when we talk about regional cooperation, why regional cooperation is so difficult. Let me tell you, it's not just between India or South Asia or Southeast Asia, across the world. Yesterday, somebody was speaking, I think Ambassador was speaking, you know, it is easy to identify conflict, but it's very difficult to identify cooperation, because cooperation has many phases. It may look like that Arnab and I are very good friends, but we don't know, maybe Arnab is forcing me to be his friend, or I may be forcing Arnab to be my friend. But it looks from outside, it's cooperation. But conflict is very visible. You can actually measure conflicts. So what happens in kinds of cooperation is there are various levels of cooperation. And if suppose we are talking about a river, or even if we are talking about underwater, or whichever resource you take, it has, first it would be within the country or could be subnational. So I have given you an example of Assam and Arunachal. Now, there might be an issue that Assam and Arunachal does not want to come together. Forget about, international. So you have first, hurdle is ensure that at the national level there is cooperation. Then it goes to the regional level, which is South Asia. Then it might go all the way up to the global level. So given this, you have to, if you are talking about one world, one country, it is so easy to say, but to actually look at the kind of complications it has, it is lots and lots of issues, because there are frameworks, principles, rules at the global level, which also needs to be understood. So the first reason why we feel that cooperation, regional cooperation is difficult is because it is not as simple, because in every sub-national, there are politics, different kinds of politics, different kinds of economic requirement, different kind of people living. So I'm talking about collaborating with Arunachal and maybe somewhere in France. I mean, you can imagine how different it is. Now, the other very important thing I think we need to understand, and we usually don't talk about in open spaces, is the role of power. We keep using this word, he or she is powerful, there's a lot of power in this house, or there's powerful entity. We go there, oh, he can get the work done, or she can get the work done because she is very powerful. What does it basically mean? So, I always quote this even in my class, and many of you are already engineers and hydrologists, etc. This person, Tony Allen, no more there, is one of the well-known hydrologists, and he basically came up with various theories for us, which we read. What he actually realized in 2005, that he's been doing so much of research in understanding the river basin from a hydrology point of view, but nothing is working. And then he realized that what actually matters is not hydrology or even economics. What actually matters is the politics. If you are not able to overcome the politics, neither your hydrology or economics is going to work. And given that, that was the first time when people started to talk about something is there, what we are missing is what is called power. And how do you define power? Robert Dahl in 1957 defined this, and we still use this definition. And what he mentioned is that it is simply a relational construct. That means a relation that you develop, and where the ability of A to get B do something that B would not otherwise do. So you just think from that point of view. It must have happened in your life as well. You didn't want to do something, but somebody influenced you to do it, maybe in a very nice way, in a very parental way, or maybe in a very brotherly or sisterly way, but you did it, what A wanted, but you never thought that you will be doing that. So this is what is power. Now, when I say these different forms of power, it basically takes you to these three different forms of power. The first form of power is very visible, which is military power, economic sanctions, which basically is put on countries to very clearly say that if you do not agree or if we do not cooperate, we will be using military or we can put economic sanctions. It has happened across the world in several instances. But these are known as hard power. And that is called the first phase of power. Then the second phase, and let me tell you, as we are going down from top to the bottom, the third one is the most dangerous. The first one is visible. You can actually counter. The second one, we call it as a second phase or a soft power. It is also known as bargaining power. It is a kind of a power where you may not even allow the other side. If you are dominating and the other is less, you may not even allow the other one to even bring that topic on board for discussion. You will set the agenda. You will say, no, this is not going to be discussed. It's not an important topic. For example, sharing data. You want data to be shared, say, continuously between China and India, and China may simply say, no, we don't even want to put it up as an agenda for discussion. India also does that with Bangladesh. So what you basically see is that you set the agenda, you take a call, you decide, okay, we should discuss this. But the other party would think that there is no power. I mean, they feel that this is not the right time to discuss. And the third one, which we call it as an ideational power, this is basically, it creates a perception, or it's a kind of that you start accepting the existing norm. That so-and-so is not a good person. It happens again. When you join a new college or a new job or something, you are sometimes told that, oh, that person is very quarrelsome, or that person is not okay, don't be close to that person. And it so happens that in your entire time, you never spoke to that person, because that's the perception that's been put into your mind. Now, this kind of power is also used during transboundary negotiations and discussions, that you should not cooperate with so-and-so country. You should not have trade relationship because they are going to be somebody who will cheat you in future. So these are narratives that one can create. Now, when I say this, these are more dangerous because you do not know that somebody has actually created that narrative for you and you have accepted it without even your information. And so this is a very, very strong form of power. Okay, now given these three forms of power, what you actually see is there is power asymmetry. Now, who can use power? One who is better off. How can one be better off? It could be because militarily you are better off. It could be because you have better economic capacity. It could be because you are positioned geographically in a way that you are an upstream country. Or it could be also because you have more capacity, technical capacity, human resource. It can be anything. So any of these things you have, it means that you are a powerful country. And when you sit down for negotiation, you are actually sitting in a situation like this, where one, so you can see even within the country, there are power asymmetry. Even within this room, there is power asymmetry, right? You can never do away with power. And so basically what we are saying is that one country which has a lot of power, and this is very important for India to actually understand. India among the South Asian countries is quite powerful. Now, India can behave as a bully, meaning you have to do, we will use power, or etc. Or it can become a basin, what do you call it, a leader. So I'm trying to talk about two kinds of power. One, you use power in a negative way. Another is you use power in a positive way. Like in a college or school, or even in your occupation, you obviously listen to your somebody whom you are reporting. Now just imagine if that person had no power, there would be no discipline. Now that power has been used to make sure that everybody benefits. But if same power is used for discriminating, not allowing you to speak, or not giving you the right kind of opportunity, then it's negative. Again, think from a country perspective. This is how countries come together and negotiate. This is how a country can actually use power and decide who will get the larger pie of the benefits that they are trying to share. And what is very important, actually, is that we need to recognize that power asymmetry. To say that, oh, India and Bangladesh are at par and we will go for, or even for Bangladesh to say that we are at par with India, actually that's not the right way. You are not actually preparing yourself to face a country with whom you are negotiating in the right way, because you consider that we are also at par. But once you acknowledge and understand the asymmetric power relation, you will also have counter way to negotiate what your terms and conditions. So the first thing we need to remember whenever we are sitting for any discussion or any negotiation, to identify who is powerful and why is that country powerful, what is that this country has which my country don't have. And that actually is the negotiation, because you are well prepared. And one of the things that China does is this: they invest a lot in understanding other countries' politics. Let me tell you, I have myself seen the number of institutions they have where they are studying other countries' foreign policy, and there's nothing wrong in it. That's a research. But unfortunately, in our country, it's not there. Today, we spoke a lot about Western countries still having an influence on us. Being an academician, I can very clearly tell you the ease of doing research in India versus the ease of doing research abroad, there is a lot of difference. Given an academician, I have to face a lot of administrative problem to do something which is usually not done. But that is somewhere which stops many of us from doing our work, and we rely on an external agency to do it. So I think there are many of these things. It's not that we can't do it, but many changes needs to happen. But coming back to the topic, so the first thing is that how we negotiate, how far we understand the power, and what is the kind of power we have. You will definitely face this if you are going and sitting for any kind of negotiation. Second thing, when two countries start talking or discussing, you all have heard about it, sovereign state sovereignty, what exactly it means. So sovereignty is very important. Even it doesn't matter whether a country is small or big. Even Bhutan has its national sovereignty, which means that India, being a large country or like a big brother to Bhutan, cannot intervene in their domestic issues. That is something which every country has taken into account, and nobody, should not ideally interfere in sovereignty. And why is sovereignty important? Sovereignty is important because then it allows you to have autonomy, to have control, and also to have legitimacy. So I have my water resource. I have the full control because it's in my country. I have the full legitimacy to use it the way I want to use it, and also to control it. Now, is it good? It is good as long as it is helping. So when it is important, as long as it is helping. But if you have a very inward-looking foreign policy, then you can go any extent and not compromise or not bargain with your sovereignty, even if your people are dying because of disasters, even if your people are dying because of hunger. That is not the kind of sovereignty one wants. Why that happens? Because such a country would usually feel or think that if I sign any agreement or if I get into any multilateral institution, which is exactly what actually happened for SARC as well, that when you think that, you feel that I would lose my autonomy to take a decision, I would lose the control and legitimacy of using or taking decision. And that is something which stops many countries for signing any kind of treaty or agreement. So therefore, in particularly when I showed you the regional cooperation, this is one of the biggest problem of regional cooperation. Whenever you go for regional cooperation, there will be some amount of bargaining with sovereignty. Say, for example, European unions have bargained with their sovereignty. They have one currency, one trade area. These are all bargaining with your sovereignty, right? So this is something we have to remember, that it's not so easy. How would you make sure that the country's policy moves, like becomes more outward looking, meaning it's much more open to understand and bring additional countries on board, rather than inward looking, where it feels that my country doesn't care whatever happens, I would not actually cooperate. And in international relations, if you're interested, students, if you're interested, we call it as realist or realism. Realism is a kind of international theory where you feel that nation works in an arc. There is nobody on and above the nation. And if you really see today the world order, we have gone back to a kind of realist principle, which was actually moving away, and we moved to a liberalist, where we feel international institutions makes a very important role. But now we are kind of moving back to realism. But that's how the world order anyway changes. Okay, now given the form of, given the asymmetry and sovereignty, the kind of interaction that you see it could be three kind of interactions, but these are, it's a very dynamic. Always remember, transboundary interactions are very dynamic. Today, countries may not sign any treaty. 10 years down the line, these countries may be very good friends. Again, 20 years down the line, they may become enemies. So it's a very dynamic process. So what you see is that something called shared control, which is very good, cooperative. That means you together share the control of that resource. Consolidated control, which means that there is a bit of a competition, but it's not contested. So if you ask me India, China, I would put it in consolidated control. You don't see that we are kind of, recently there were events, but still we are not in a cutthroat sort of a situation, but slowly we would probably move in. So this is the kind of relationship that you would see. If you have a very good relation, it will be cooperative, or you might move to competitive, or you may move to cutthroat competition. But why this happens, the biggest concern here is that why countries do not like to come out, because they feel always that cost of cooperation is higher than cost of non-cooperation. And there are very little studies has happened which can actually show what is the cost of non-cooperation between India and China. Very few studies. Difficult to get data also. The kind of disaster, the losses, if you add all of these, probably you would see that the cost of non-cooperation is very high. And what you see as a cost of cooperation is actually the loss of sovereignty. But what you are losing out by not cooperating is actually all of these. You're losing out on economic benefits, you're losing out on social benefits, you're losing out on regional and economic benefits, and most important, peace and security. If the South Asian countries are very good close friends, then we would not be wasting so much of our time, energy, and money on understanding the military issues and terrorism and so many issues where we spend so much of our important resources. So the peace and security is also questioned. So what we always feel is that the cost of non-cooperation is lesser than the cost of cooperation, and we always like to negotiate in a way that our sovereignty remains. And how does the negotiation happen? There are two kinds of negotiation. One is called distributive negotiation or bargaining. Now this is called zero-sum game. Why do we call it zero-sum? Somebody's benefit will be my loss, or my benefit will be somebody's loss. So what you basically try to do is, and this is exactly our diplomats does, is that they go with a fixed pie in their mind whenever they're going for a negotiation. So they understand what they want. They are seasoned in the respect. And this is not just India, across the world. They are told that we want this. There should be no moving away from this. Now, if you are again a country who does not want to bargain with your sovereignty, you will always ensure that you go for distributive negotiation, which means that you go with a fixed pie, you come back with the fixed pie, otherwise nothing will move. It will be status quo. And in this case, another problem is that the country with whom you are negotiating, or the region with whom you are negotiating, you are not actually in a very good dialogue process. You don't know the country well. You do not know, when you go and sit on the negotiation table, you do not know what will be their demand. That is because you are not talking to them. Maybe after 20 years, you are sitting down and talking to them, and you have not before that had any talking. So this is one, and this is what you mostly see, and which finally leads to either a treaty which is not really good or a treaty which is lopsided. One benefits, another doesn't. On the other hand, if you look at the treaties which are signed in some of the river basins across the world, not in the South Asia, unfortunately, South Asian treaties, Indus is known to be one of the better treaty, Indus Water Treaty, given because at that time there was a lot of emotions, both sides, so both upstream and downstream decided, but now it is heavily criticized. There are talks going on whether we should revisit the Indus Treaty. But if you look at other treaty, for example, Ganges Treaty was signed because there was an understanding from the Bangladesh government that this is the starting of our relationship. So we are going to get much more from this treaty. However, it didn't happen. And now if you look at the kind of critics that is going on, they are hoping that now then the treaty we are going to sign, I think you know that the Ganges Treaty is going to expire and we will be signing a new treaty. Ideally, the negotiation for the new treaty should have started a decade back. But the sad thing is that we are only going to sit now to discuss and not yet started. And also very important thing, when India signed the Ganges Treaty, Bangladesh was a different country. And now, 30 years back, what Bangladesh was and what Bangladesh is today is a very different country. So this, I have also written in most of my paper that India should be very well prepared because Bangladesh also has international support now. So what I mean by this is that if you are dependent on a country, your bargaining power comes down. But if you have other sources to fund you, to take care of you, your bargaining power is higher. And this is where today many of the South Asian countries are. And as you all know, that China is obviously trying to play a very important role and try to take over make friends with most of the South Asian countries. And then the integrative negotiation, which we call it as a win-win game, meaning both the parties win. The most important thing about this negotiation, you don't go with a fixed buy. You are open for discussion. You discuss many, many times. You continuously talk. And at the end of the day, your pie actually increases because both of you are benefiting. And this is a very difficult thing. Like I said, you have to have many things in mind: historical relationship with the country, political relationship, economic relationship, several such things. And like I said, the negotiation process are fixed. Sometimes it may change, sometimes it may remain the same. Now, navigation, which Arnab you mentioned, is an example of actually integrative negotiation where you have now decided that we should have a larger pie. Through navigation, both India and Bangladesh would benefit. Okay, quickly, what is diplomacy or constructive engagement? Like I just mentioned, so basically diplomacy is nothing, it's like a high level discussion where why do you talk? What is the role of a diplomat? Usually we keep talking about ambassadors. Why do we send these ambassadors to different countries? Does anybody know about it? What is the reason? Why do we need ambassadors in this country or their people coming and staying? Why do we need all these things? And then with some countries, we don't even have those ambassadors in our country. What does it actually indicate? Are you an engineer? Very good. Very happy to have an engineer like you. Exactly. The work of the diplomat is peace building. Diplomats are diplomatic. They would never say that. Yesterday also ambassador mentioned that there was a conference where everybody was talking about conflict. He stood up and he said, no, it's actually all cooperation. So it ended by saying that everywhere there is cooperation, there is no conflict. So that's the job of a diplomat. So what is diplomacy is that you basically identify tools which will help you to negotiate, talk, discuss, to resolve conflict, and you move towards more cooperation. Of course, depends which side the power is. If you are a diplomat of a powerful country, it would be easier for you. India and China has a problem because both things that we are both equally powerful. So that's why we don't come to a conclusion. And so the more the power is whichever side, that is where the diplomacy will win. Multi-track diplomacy, again, it's a very interesting thing which has now recently come in. Earlier, the diplomacy happens traditionally only with two government officials. There can be no other diplomacy. But today it has changed. Today you would see that there are several forms of diplomacy. Track 1 is a traditional form. Track 1.5 is something which is facilitated. Like when we did the Brahmaputra dialogue, it was somewhere like track 1.5 or 2, where it was facilitated not by government, a non-governmental organization like an institution, but government people were sitting. And why it is important? Because it gives more leverage for the bureaucrats to actually open up and speak, because they are not actually sitting in a formal platform. Track 2 is when both academic community or even ex-bureaucrats sits and talk about issues. And track 3 is people to people. And many literature now says that people-to-people diplomacy can actually force track 1 diplomacy to happen as well. So these are different forms of diplomacy, which is also working across. Now, why am I giving you this background? Because I want to very quickly take you to the river basin, where all of these exists, and to show you practically what is happening in this river basin, given this background. So as Arnab already mentioned, this is the river basin, which is called Yarlung Sangpo Brahmaputra Yamuna River Basin. The river is long, the name is also long, but just to keep it simple, we'll call it as a Brahmaputra River Basin. It's almost 2,800 kilometers long. It has very huge discharge, which is the problem, which is why you see such huge floods. And it also one of such river which originates at a very high altitude, which therefore gives a lot of potential for hydropower, another controversy. So both its discharge and the altitude, which makes it a unique river system, are also a concern for many. And it is a huge, as you 6th largest river, and it also has an immense potential for regional development. Interestingly, this river basin flows through those countries where poverty is also very high. So this river basin, if can be utilized or harnessed in a way, it can actually reduce a lot of poverty inequality that exists in this region. Now, one of the important things we need to understand is that 4 countries, India, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and China, they have diverse interests related to this river. Now, more diverse these national interests are, there will be obviously more conflict. So if you look at what China wants, very nicely presented by Arnab, I really like that slide of yours, it basically is mostly about hydropower development and river linking project. China, okay, we have to understand why China is not interested for any other thing, because the river flows to such a high altitude, there's hardly any people living near to that river. So that water is waste for them. So they want to use that water for their domestic interests. Now think from a point of view where a country is trying to bring water security, for them, being an upstream country, for them it doesn't matter whether India will have water enough or whether Bangladesh will have enough water. For them, what it matters is my water security. And given that this water for them is just flowing out of the country without being used, so they have already decided to build dams. There are 5 dams, 3 already in operation, 2 under construction. So those dams and river linking, they're also, and I'm sure they're also linking, taking it to the drier parts of China. Coming to India, a common interest that India and China actually have here is hydropower development. India also wants to navigate this river with Bangladesh. India also have river linking projects on this. India wants to develop irrigation for water, food, and energy security. And there is one more very important political reason. The mainland India wants to develop the Northeast to connect better with the Northeast. Because there's always this thing that, Northeast does not really connect with mainland India. And so there is a lot of effort. So you have heard of Look-East policy. The whole idea is to connect India and connect Northeast and make Northeast an integral part of, although it is, but even politically an integral part of India. And given that, a lot of development activities have been taken up. If you look at Bhutan, you all know, I think India-Bhutan has a friendship treaty based on which we already have a lot of hydropower development, energy security, and economic growth. Now, one of the most interesting thing about India and Bhutan relationship is India invests for this hydropower development, and India again buys back energy from Bhutan. It's not that India is given energy free of cost. And why is it so? Because the cost of producing energy in Bhutan is much, much cheaper compared to producing it in India. So even though India is buying it back, it still works out cheaper because of the displacement that would happen if it in India is very high. So therefore, Bhutan is a safer place. They have much less population, and those areas where these dams are, of course, there are environmental impacts which is now been raised, but still comparatively much easier than doing it in India. And for Bangladesh, disaster management should also come in. One is disaster management, navigation, and agriculture. Now, just to give you a background, one of the biggest concern. Okay, let me just, okay, before I go to that. Now, if I just quickly tell you what are the key challenges, diverse national interests and needs. Another problem is historical rivalries. This is a problem that we all share, mainly between India and Bangladesh. Many a times in the Brahmaputra dialogue when we sit, there is some kind of an historical problem related to all the countries, and that does not allow us to. That is a case for all the South Asia. India, Pakistan has a partition syndrome problem, which we are yet not able to overcome. India and Bangladesh also has a problem. So this historical issues makes negotiation very difficult. Political relationship is highly dynamic. There's a lot of competition also, particularly with China, and military power, because they are both kind of superpower, and mistrust, suspicion, and lack of communication, particularly India and China. This also has resulted in a way that the river remains very, very under-researched. And any development activity that you take up, there is a question whether this development activity is right or wrong. But what you also see is, this is a river of both sorrow and opportunity. Sorrow because a lot of floods, droughts, poor economy. There are people who kind of manage to come back to normal self, and then there will be another flood. Same happens in Bangladesh. There are some MOUs in place, which I would personally say are not really a constructive collaboration because it hasn't moved forward. We call it negative peace. It's better not to have that kind of peace than having that peace, because those kind of peace shows that we are doing fine and we shouldn't talk. And that is one of the reasons why India, Bangladesh, or India, China, we are not really talking the way we are talking for Teesta and Ganges. Because one is there's abundance of water as well. There is no water scarcity. So now what has happened is, every time, if I want to hold a conference on Brahmaputra water, bringing China on board, as a researcher also, it's very difficult. Because it has become an issue of more than water security, it's an issue of national sovereignty. And so whenever it becomes an issue of national sovereignty, I will not only have to get the permission from the Ministry of Water Resources, I also will have to go to the Ministry of External Affairs and Home to do a workshop of this sort. So who will waste so much of time? So usually we don't talk about it. And that's where it remains under-researched. Let me very quickly give you an example of this non-cooperation. First thing is, you know that there's a lot of discussions going on with climate change, right? Are you, anybody here is aware of Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, IPCC? You should write it down and you should Google today and read the reports. I mean, you have to know what is happening in the climate area. It's very, very important, right? So when I'm talking about climate adaptation in BRB, we are in a situation today that it is not just that we have to adapt to the changing climate, we also have to mitigate the climate change. And there is a difference, because mitigation is you are not letting climate to change, which means moving away from coal, fossil fuel-based economy to solar, wind, hydropower, cleaner sources of energy. Because more and more coal you are burning is going to increase the CO2 emission, right? So, which means River Brahmaputra is a source of clean energy, not only for India, for China as well. China also cannot keep burning coal. For both of them, that's a very important source. So that is one. Second is, because climate is changing, so one of the indicator of climate change and impact of climate change is extreme events happens frequently. So if earlier floods used to happen only once, now you will say floods will happen 4 times a year. So when drought or floods are happening much more than it used to happen, it's a sign that there is something wrong. Precipitation has gone up, temperature has gone up, right? So for that, again, river becomes highly susceptible, which means you have to adapt. People will lose their livelihood, so you have to invest. So given this, there is a lot of pressure on this river basin area, including these 4 countries, to both mitigate and adapt to climate change. Now we are not working together. We don't have a basin level treaty. We are doing it at our national level. So what happens when that happens? So that's what I want to show you very quickly. So first is, historically, because of particularly the Western world, who followed a fossil fuel-led economy, what you see today that as a byproduct, there is a negative externality, which is climate change. So in economics, we call it as an externality. Why it is an externality? Because that wasn't my main focus of production. My main focus of production was something else, but something came out as a byproduct, so it's an externality, which is a negative externality. So this itself was a failure of sustainable development because you did not keep a balance between environment and the economy. And then you have 2 ways to mitigate, survive. One is mitigation, as I discussed, and adaptation. And mitigation is actually a global phenomena. You and I individually cannot really mitigate. It's very difficult. You and I can adopt, and you and I can reduce such demand, which would ask more coal to be burned. But I can't go and alone take up a mitigation project because it's very expensive as well. And it takes a longer time. And at the local level, you can adopt to these changes. Just one thing I want to make it clear, since I have an opportunity to speak to all of you, there is a difference between adaptation and coping, and it's very important for you to understand. Because adaptation is something which will help you to choose a livelihood, for example, which is better than the disaster had struck. If not better, at least at the same level. Coping, you have just survived, but you have gone down. You sold all your livestock. You have somehow managed to restore your house, or you have moved to a smaller house. That is coping. Unfortunately, what you really see in India is mostly coping. It's not adaptation. Adaptation will tell you to move to a better house. Adaptation will tell you to take up a different livelihood, which is not climate sensitive, but those opportunities are not available, right? So therefore, adaptation and mitigation are 2 very important ways. Now, one very important thing we need to understand, if you look at the left side of the diagram, climate change mitigation is an international agreement that every country, particularly the developed country, will mitigate to climate change. Because they are the one who were responsible in creating this situation today. And there was an agreement called Paris Agreement, where we all decided, voluntarily made a commitment that every country will make all effort to keep the temperature rise below 1.5 degree. We will not let the temperature go up above 1.5 degree. Unfortunately, we failed. So the recent IPCC report tells us that there is no way that we can reduce it. In fact, we might reach up to 2 degree. For you, it might be nothing. Okay, let me ask you quickly a question. Can you tell me what is the temperature of this room? 25? 26? 22? 25? 22? Anybody else? More correct one? 20? 20 to 22, and you are saying 22, and you are saying 25. Anybody have any other figure in your mind? So why am I asking this question? Just imagine our capacity to adapt. We don't even feel the difference between 20 to 25. You are thinking it is 25. He is thinking it is 22. You are thinking it's 20. So when I say 2 degree, you might thinking, what the hell? 2 degree, am I worried? But imagine there are species which will die, extinct. And that is one of the reasons we don't do much about climate change, because for us 2 degree rise is just nothing. But not just species, water security, food security, everything will be threatened. So given this, there was an agreement which was signed in Paris that we will keep it under 1.5 degree. If mitigation would have happened perfectly, then we don't have to adapt, right? So you see this diagram now. Anthropogenic climate change, climate mitigation, no problem, perfect. Whereas it did not happen, there was inadequate mitigation. So what you had to do, you had to go for climate change adaptation. But unfortunately, even we did not adapt well, because there are soft and hard limits to adaptation. Hard is, it is just impossible to adopt in those places the kind of strategies that has been suggested. Those are called hard limits, meaning there is no land to reclaim. So there is no way that you can adopt. And soft limit is institutional failure, corruption, poor implementation, etc. But due to both hard and soft limit, there were limits to adaptation. So you look at the third one now, inadequate mitigation was already there. Now there is inadequate adaptation. And today you have landed up something called losses and damage. Now, if you are interested in climate change literature, if you just go online and check, there's a lot of debate going on that developing countries like India, China, Bangladesh, Maldives, and particularly low-lying countries are asking money, funds for losses and damage. Because they're saying, doesn't matter how much we try to adopt, we can never adopt. And if you really see what has happened recently, these are recent newspaper clippings. In spite of all the efforts made to adopt, so many people lost their life in Bangladesh, in India, and in Pakistan. The kind of floods that we saw, we never saw before. This is the first time areas which were never flooded got flooded. And the question was, what is going on? We are adopting. Because there are limits to adaptation, these countries could not adapt in spite of having the fund because of implementation issues, also because of poor institutional capacity. And so you are still losing and damaging your assets. And as such, extreme events are going up. Now, why am I bringing this? Now also think about these countries which are shared. Now, these river basin, it happened with Indus, it happened with Brahmaputra. These are transboundary rivers. And what is missing here is a kind of understanding which should happen. Ideally, your planning should happen at a transboundary scale. But you cannot plan at a transboundary scale if you do not have a basin level treaty. Because you are only talking with one country at a time, so you cannot. So nation states did not collaborate. And so there was a failure at the macro level of coming up with a good early warning system. Then you had the second level, which is national level. You just remove the first level. You do not know what is happening upstream, but you are only preparing at the national level. Obviously, you do not have 90% of the information and at what rate the water is coming. And this has exactly happened with Bangladesh. I have discussed with people, Bangladesh got the information only 1.5 days before the flood happened, and they could not be rescued. So many people had actually just left everything in their house and ran out. So because you didn't have cooperation at the transboundary level, and then goes to the local level. And there is also a supranational level, which gives you the guidance. So ideally, if you want to manage disasters, you will have to have cooperation at the transboundary level, and most importantly, transboundary data sharing. So in India and Bangladesh and China, Bhutan, everybody is sharing data. But the way this data is shared, the platform that India uses to share the data and give it to Bangladesh, Bangladesh cannot even use it. Data's consistency is bad, quality is bad. Same with China, the data that comes, we cannot use it because we are collecting these data at our own end. If you look at Mekong River Commission, in Mekong, every country gives the data to MRC and MRC collates it and creates an early warning system. Whereas in our case, the data comes to us, we have to nationally create our early warning system, and it has been a failure. And very important thing is, one of my PhD students is working on this. We do not really know what data is shared, in what format it is shared. Everybody is saying data is shared. Nobody sees it. So this is also a big concern that the country is facing, and for which, with climate change, it's very scary because it is going to get even worse. Then another problem is bilateralism. For both India and China favors bilateralism. It may sit in a multilateral platform, and that is also a reason of failure of SAC, because you don't want to sign a treaty with 4 countries together. Because now, the one of the reasons that obviously many countries give, and I also personally agree, is that there is lesser transaction cost rather than making, if you have a fight with one person, it's easy to sort out rather than trying to sort out the problem with 4. It's natural that you would like to have one-on-one conversation. But if you continuously do this, then you are in a situation where, what you miss out here is that you cannot conduct research, you cannot develop joint infrastructure, you cannot manage disaster, and there is an impact on the regional trade as well. This is one of the data we collected. Because of lack of basin level treaty, if you look at the amount of work that has been done, what you see is that every country are working on different dimensions. So I cannot understand the river basin. So I don't know if I'm making sense. As a researcher, this is a big concern for me, because even if I get their output, I cannot use it as my input because I am not interested in hydrology and climatology. Bangladesh is not interested in hydrology and climatology. Bangladesh is interested in disaster. To run a model to understand the disaster, you need different inputs. But the output that we'll get from what China is doing, it's not useful for me. And I can't get the data from China, raw data. I will only get the processed data. So that clearly indicates we don't understand the river basin. Climate change is happening. We are designing a large number of dams. We don't know whether that much of amount of water will be there or not. And how is it going to impact? How big the dam should be. We are only designing based on the information at the national level. What you also see is that most of the studies that's been done are not done in collaboration within the region also. It's very difficult for me to collaborate with the Chinese. It's very difficult for me to even think of collaborating with a Pakistani scholar, being very frank, but we need to. Otherwise, how do we study these river basin? So politics, when it overplays, it makes river basins difficult to even do research. Because you can't get data, you can't share information, you are of course a bit worried whether I should collaborate or not. Given all of these things, at the end of the day, who suffers is country itself, because we are not prepared for any kind of disaster. Another thing that I want to talk about is the joint infrastructure, why it is important. Today, if India and China would have decided to have an infrastructure, a water infrastructure or dam together, it would have been a different story. Now what is happening is when India is thinking about, or China is thinking about its water security, food security, it is actually at the cost of somebody's insecurity. Because you are harnessing water at a point where ideally, so you do a modeling within your country and you do a modeling at the basin scale. Where the infrastructure is best suited will be different. Now we are getting the information only at the national level. We are constructing some 100 dams. China is constructing 5, India is constructing 5. So you can imagine, instead, what if we had a joint infrastructure? Everybody would have benefited and Bangladesh would not feel the worry that during lean season, there'll be no water left for me. But this is also a problem when we do not collaborate. Then regional trade. This is really worrisome. If you really look at South Asian trade, we hardly trade. We trade more with other countries and not within the region. Now, why is this important? Because many of the things that we are trading are highly water intense. So it is not just that water is flowing out of my country as a cereal or sugar or any product that I'm sending out. So what I'm trying to say is that whenever you are producing any agricultural product, apart from land, labor, and capital, you are also using water. There's a lot of water that gets into these products. So I have this slide to show you how much water goes in. So you can see coffee, cotton, oil crops, so much water, which goes per ton. And more you are sending these out from your region to the US, to Australia, to any other country, to the Europe, and not within your region. It is actually water flowing not just from your own country, because these are transboundary river, from the entire region. So there is an outflow of more. So when we feel good that our trade is favorable and we are exporting more, you are not just exporting the product. With that, water is going out. This has also been established in one of our work that we are doing looking at the transboundary river. India and Bangladesh, India and Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka, trade is really bad and it hasn't improved at all. Given this, what we actually discussed is that we need to probably relook at our trade, because when we decided to do trade, we never took water as an input. And finally, there is a strong link of all of these with something called Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I think you all know what is sustainable development, but I don't know how many of you know that there are certain goals. Do you know, anybody, how many SDGs we have? We have 17 SDGs, and each of these SDGs, as it is written, reduce inequality, zero hunger, gender equality, quality education. Each of these have its target. This is very important. You should all know about it. So SDGs are something that the country has to achieve by 2030, and we call it Agenda 2030. These are being formed by United Nations. Every country has decided to adopt it, like in India, even other South Asian countries. Now, what you see is 60% of the South Asia, if you look at the poverty in India, it is extreme poverty, not India, I mean South Asia, which is 29% of world's poor lives in South Asia. We have been able to only achieve 60% of the SDGs, which is, we are left with just a couple of years, but we haven't been able to even reach 80 to 90%. Now, if you do not work together, all of these your SDGs are not just, targets are not just interconnected, but they are also transnational. For example, affordable and clean energy, I just now explained to you, you can never achieve, there will be always issues. You know that there is a lot of problem with hydropower development. And although solar and wind are another sources of energy, but the difference is sun does not shine all the time, wind will not blow all the time, but water will flow all the time. So hydropower is more reliable that way. But you cannot, because you have a lot of problem related to upstream and downstream country. Decent work and economic growth is very much dependent. Like I showed you the benefits of cooperation. More you cooperate, more opportunities you are creating. Industries, innovations, and infrastructure. Lucas policy tries to do this, that how can we do better connectivity? Climate action and life below water, very important for all of you, is because a dolphin may not just stay here, may go to somewhere else as well. So, but you do not have cooperation, you do not have any study to see how and where they are moving. Given this, if you really want to go for a regional cooperation, there are 4 or 5 things which has been always discussed, that why it is important. It helps you in trade connectivity, it helps you in investment, it helps you in transport connectivity, institutional connectivity, and knowledge connectivity. All of these things, what you get as a byproduct when you politically and economically collaborate with your neighbors and work together. So it is, while we all know that these are the benefits we get, it is so overlaid with politics that it becomes very difficult. And this is something today you really see, particularly in the northeastern region, where we have so much of resources, but we are still one of the most underdeveloped region of the country, given the kind of politics that exists. So my last slide, the need for regional collaboration to foster peace, stability, prosperity, and effective governance in South and also in Southeast Asia. Thank you. I'll be happy to take questions, and I really want you to ask questions.
The last COP, China talked about shifting to hydropower, basically as a commitment to zero carbon. Right?
Yeah.
And
India too, but it's...
And that, I just want to say something more on this. So there is a concern that, and they've almost used the term, a figure of 15%, right? And that 15% shift into hydropower will mean coming towards the Brahmaputra, right? I mean, upstream. And that would be a real danger for us. Any comments on that?
Yes. See, this is also very controversial. There are 2 schools of thought. One school of thought is talking about, doesn't matter what China does, because most of our river, most of the Brahmaputra river gets its water after it enters Arunachal from rain. So it would not have an impact on the flow. Whereas on the other side, the another school of thought is talking about that definitely it will have an impact. Anything you intervene, I mean, it's an environmental resource, intervention will have an impact. But the irony is, as we do not really have a proper understandable, study to see that X number of dams will have this much amount of impact, how the change in precipitation and temperature is going to change the availability of water at the basin level, hasn't really, even I can't really tell you yes or no, because I may be questioned tomorrow if I say there will be no impact and there will be impact. And this is why today you see in most of the public forum, nobody want to talk about it because they don't have an answer. And let me also tell you that we tried to do a study. IIT Guwahati collaborated with a Chinese academy. We got funding, we still couldn't do it. Till date, we could not. That is only one project which is half done because of the data issue.
Precisely, I mean, why I ask this question is that so much more climate change modeling is required to be done, or not just climate change itself. I mean, even the water availability or the entire, so much more research is required. When, as you mentioned, there is not even an infrastructure that the data can be acquired, and that can be a very serious kind of gap that we have. And I mean, that's what we would like to definitely look at in future, that there's so much work to be done. And this can be a real serious security issue as well. I mean, in the sense that, if the communities don't have the basics of water and clean water, it can become a internal security issue. And hydropower, I mean, government of India is investing significantly, whether it is inland water transport. If the water itself dries down, then what are we talking about?
Yeah. See, everything is not so bad as well. I have to also confess that, although there is, like, our work and all has been acknowledged, like I was a part of the drafting committee of new India water policy. One of the things that we emphasized, so if you really look at the India's water policy, it mentions very clearly that it will engage with its neighbor bilaterally. Now, if it is written in a water policy, you can never engage with them at a multilateral level because it's written in the policy. But we emphasize that it needs to be changed. There were a lot of questions, a lot of criticisms, but at the end of the day, it was accepted that at least we should sit in a multilateral platform and discuss, even if we are not signing a multilateral treaty. That is one. Another biggest issue that I see is there might be some science on climate change because many IITians are also doing climate modeling, etc. Given now you have a lot of global data which can be downscaled to a larger extent, and you can actually make a prediction. But unfortunately, those findings are not a part of policymaking. So there's a huge gap between research and policy. That hasn't been bridged. And a large number of fault lies on us also as a researcher, because we do not like to go to public and talk. We usually like to publish in research articles, which are read by very large community, but research community, but not with the policymakers. So we are making a continuous effort. Therefore, now we are working very closely with DST. We also are a part of science, technology, innovation initiative that DST is taking, with the idea that we will create living labs where policymakers, researchers, adopters, everybody come together and converse. So these are going on. It's not that there is no dearth of effort, but I think it's very slow. It's moving in a pace that the climate change the impact is happening very fast. So that's where the worry is. And the one who suffers is, of course, we know who suffers.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's a very important point. I mean, the reason I asked this question is that these are aspects that need to be highlighted, and no better person than Anamika, who has also worked outside the academia also for a while and can appreciate what we are talking about.
I have a question for the House.
Sure.
For how many of you climate change and SDG was new? Can you raise your hand? SDGs, particularly new. Okay, so it's very important that we understand the sustainable development goals, because at the end of the day, what we are seeing today, it is all because we followed a path which is not sustainable. It may sound, there's a lot of critics around sustainable development concept, but we don't really have to get into a debate of what sustainable development is. Because there is so much of a debate, so these SDGs were developed, sustainable development goals were developed, where there are targets given that to come down to zero hunger, zero poverty, gender equality. Some targets are given. If you can achieve those targets, although they are quantitative, you will see the outcome. So if you look at, every Niti Aayog comes up with this report, and I would really request all of you, particularly the students, every work that you do, your PhDs, your master thesis, etc., you must orient them with SDGs. Because at the end of the day, I ask my students, what is the goal? Why are you doing it? Why do you want to understand the impact of climate change? To achieve what? It is not just your thesis. Something you want to, so you should orient that with your SDGs, because it helps. if you're orienting them with SDGs. If you invite me again, I want to give a full lecture on SDGs because it's very important for students to know SDGs and also the history of climate change. Because many times we keep saying that somebody else did it, why should we act? But that time has passed now. Now, if we don't act, we are the one who is going to face the repercussion worse than anybody else. So these are some of the things I think has to be made very clear, and everybody, irrespective of which background you come from, these are basic, and one must, I think, know.
I completely agree with you, Anamika, because even in Pune, this is not the time that it should become so warm.
Yeah.
Many people are falling sick because we are not able to adapt
Yeah.
to the climate change that you're talking about. So it is definitely now real. It is no more a threat. We need to definitely act. So, any more questions? Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'am, just a question related to new energy sources. Currently, all over the world, we are switching towards lithium battery based or electricity based commutations. And also, nuclear power is going to take over rather than the conventional sources of power. Now that will contribute greatly to the climate cooling, or that will reduce the global warming to a large extent. In that sense, how will the SDG change? Because it will also throw up new challenges to the environment. It's not as if the new technologies or the non-conventional sources of energy will be challenged less. They will throw up some new challenges. So what is the process and what will be those challenges?
It's a very good question. If I can answer this question, I can actually sit in Delhi. These are all interlinked. What you actually asked is, so SDGs, unfortunately, if I can start from here, although we understand that these are all interlinked, we work in silos. Now, for example, moving from conventional to a non-conventional source of energy is going to create a huge amount of unemployment. Because coal kind of employment opportunity it provides is huge vis-a-vis what solar, hydropower, or wind would, because they do not need people. These are not labor intensive, they are more capital intensive. So what would happen to this labor? And people who are involved in coal, let me tell you, they don't have the kind of skill that you can make them work in the agricultural field. So basically they are jobless. So if you are shifting, and that is precisely the reason why the commitment was asked from the government of India, why government made a commitment of 2070 to be net zero. It basically, the idea was internally it felt that we will work very hard to make or mitigate climate change or make it greener, but we will not make a commitment of 2050 because it's a very big commitment and we may not be able to stick to it because it requires a structural change. The entire economy will have to go through a structural change. There will be a fall in GDP as well. So you need to have that much a buffer that during that fall of GDP, you are not going to create unemployment. People are not going to die of hunger and your SDGs doesn't go down because now in certain SDGs, India has achieved 100% also. So it will go down. So that this doesn't happen, you need a very good idea of the economy, the energy policies, the energy economy, everything. But while this is good, unfortunately, I still feel, and if whoever is listening to me, my request would be that in India, we really need a lot of energy economists. Today, we still do not know, honestly, how much we depend on each source of energy. We don't have these numbers. Today, I tell you a number, tomorrow it will be everywhere. But I can just give you a number. We never go back and calculate if this is the right number. This is a big problem. So what the question that you're asking is that if you really want to shift, which we are shifting slowly, as you mentioned, the lithium and everything is coming, but it doesn't make any sense if I am not able to ensure that during this whole process, one, I'm not creating more GSG. Like when I am constructing a dam, also there is an emission of GSG. Construction activities have. Is the entire process green? If not, it's no point. And the other thing is that what is the actual requirement? How do we shift and how we move from an energy mix to one source of energy? You cannot become zero coal. It has to be a mixture of energy. Eventually, you shift to different sources of energy. I'm not an energy economist, but many of my colleagues are, and they are working on this, and it requires tremendous effort. In 10 years, we have to shift. Otherwise, we can't even meet 2070. And if we don't meet, like I said, maybe the Western world will meet. And if we don't meet, then we are emitting, and we will only feel the repercussion. This is very serious a matter, actually. I don't know how much we as an Indian understand, but it's a very serious matter. The existing source, you mean to say coal as an existing source? Oil and coal and all of these. In fact, India is only emphasizing. See, these are if you are not mining any more coal, it will remain there. I mean, it's not that it's going to create any nuisance or any problem for us. But India is also emphasizing that earlier our focus has been only on coal. Now, India only added that we should also focus on oil, because it shouldn't be that you are not using coal, but you are using oil. They're all fossil fuel. So it should be all sorts of fossil fuel where we should move away from, but not immediately. Cannot. No country can move immediately. And we also have so that's why I started with footprint. Interestingly, if you look at India's carbon footprint, there are people whose carbon footprint you have to increase, actually, because they don't have access to basic energy. And certain people have such high carbon footprint that's at par with the US. So there is so much inequity within the country, and any country which has inequity, you cannot have a blanket policy. It becomes even more difficult. But countries like Sweden or Netherlands, etc., they are more or less homogeneous society in terms of society and economy. So it's easy for them to implement a policy. For us, it becomes more complicated. You need different policies for different people.
In fact, our consumption of power, I mean, energy, is, I think, 4 times lower than the global average, right? We're 4 times lower than the global average in terms of, and what does it mean? That our development is that much behind. And also what you mentioned about the distribution, I mean, the equality is not there. So there's a huge problem there. And there are states like Bihar and Uttar Pradesh where it is some 8 times or 12 times lower. Yeah. So what are we talking about? I mean, that they have no access to basic requirements of development. I mean, even in terms of per capita income between Goa and Bihar, it is 10 times difference. Right? But even when you go more specific in terms of energy consumption, that itself reflects so much more. And the other aspect is that, there is a lot of movement against dams and hydropower. But hydropower is the only, as Anamika also mentioned, industrial usage and those, peaks can only be managed by hydropower. It can't be managed by the alternate sources like solar. Solar will be an alternative for some very low level usage. But when you talk about development of a nation, you need these big industries, and which cannot be sustained on these kind of sources. So the energy mix has to be planned very, very in a nuanced manner. I mean, even when we talk about hydrogen and EV, there is a lot to be understood. I mean, EV can only handle smaller vehicles, and hydrogen has been now pushed, and there's a lot of big players coming into, but that has certain limitation. It's not going to just replace. It can't replace. It has to become a part of the larger mix, but that mix has to be very well calibrated. Otherwise, we will face a lot of difficulty. And particularly when you're talking about a country like India, the kind of diversity, as we mentioned, I mean, this whole progress that we are talking about, we have talked about, I mean, recently, Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal talked about we will be a $40 trillion economy by 47. And it's a very ambitious thing, but in India, if we say now we were saying $5 trillion economy, and for that UP has to become $1 trillion economy by 27. To become $1 trillion economy for UP, they have to grow at 36%. Right now, our growth is 6%. Is it possible? I mean, yesterday Ambassador Mudgal gave us a very different perspective. So there is so much more to be understood and so much more to be discussed. I mean, I'm glad that we are discussing and the young people are at least listening to this, and the perspective has to change. I mean, even in the Navy, we have a thing that we will only do bilaterals. Our exercises, naval exercises with other countries is multilateral has just started recently. Earlier, all that Milan and all these things that we do, they were earlier supposed to be only bilateral because there was a government policy on that. And it has a certain geopolitical thing, but now with the changing times, with our changing geopolitical and geostrategic standing, now Navy has started doing multilateral exercises also. Otherwise, we were not getting into multilateral exercises. It was only bilateral. So it has a lot of meaning. I'm not an expert in that, but just that I want you to know that there are so many dimensions that need to be looked at and taken forward. Last word from you.
There is a comment from online participant on what is a difference between green and blue. So if you talk about rain-fed irrigation, she asks what would be the policy difference. So if you talk about rain-fed irrigation, it is green. So that means that if large section of your farmers are depending on rain-fed, that means your economy depends more on green source of water. But if it is irrigated, then it is blue source of water. So in terms of policy, of course, you need to know to what extent green or blue your economy depends on, and accordingly you will have to have rain-fed irrigation policies and irrigated policies. Like in the Northeast, it's mostly rain-fed. So it's more green economy dependent on green economy. I hope I have answered that question.
There is another concept in this that many economists and many strategists have also said that green is blue. I mean, what it means is that a lot of the global fundings have been initially with mandate for green, right? And it's almost 90% allocation is for green. But now slowly the global community has started realizing the importance of blue. But when you're working in the blue economy or the blue side of it, if you put up a proposal, it gets rejected because the money is allocated for green. So then people have started also, because the interconnectedness of everything that we are talking about has to be understood. Otherwise, sometimes policy becomes a barrier. So people have also started using the term that green is blue, or the other way. So, I mean, it's very important. And sometimes it is not that they don't understand. I mean, what you were talking about, negotiations or, power, sometimes we use these provisions to kind of deny something to a certain set of people or set of nations. Yeah. Thank you.
So gray is clean wastewater. If you can recycle your wastewater, you can't put it as blue or green. So you can call that as a gray water. So you have used it, like say, for example, for many industries, there is something like zero discharge. So ideally, they should reuse the whole water. So which means that you are not running out of that water is still with you, you are reusing it. So we can add that as a gray water, but it's wastewater, it's not the pure water. Irrigation also, wastewater irrigation also happens. So that's why these are three different forms of water, but we don't have so much data and information. These are required if you want to do some study related to water footprint.
Yeah, I think, and that's a very important concept, certainly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, there's one question there.
One second.
जैसे कि अभी हम लोग बात कर रहे थे ईवीज के बारे में, अभी इंडिया में देखे जा रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे इलेक्ट्रिकल व्हीकल्स, गवर्नमेंट इंट्रोड्यूस ईवी बसेस in all the cities, but while implementing buses in transport, but we are not considering buses are releasing some gases. If the buses means जो भी buses है वो AC provides करे, जो भी इलेक्ट्रिकल buses है, तो वो हम कंसिडरेशन में नहीं ले रहे कि वो बसेस भी कोई तो गैसेस रिलीज करे लाइक HFC, और HFC 1400% CFC से भी ज़्यादा ये है कि जो कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड के लिए खतरनाक हो सकता है, तो ये कहीं पे कंसिडरेशन में नहीं लिया जा रहा है, तो इसमें हम इंडिया कैसे काम कर रहा है?
More than AC, I think if those electric vehicle, जो electric vehicle charging point है, उस charging point में power कहाँ से आ रहा है? You don't know that that might be coming from a coal-based industry as well. So you're right. So this is exactly what is all about it. So you cannot just have a populist idea of putting EV vehicle and show that, okay, we are being very cautious and mitigation ho raha hai, but your entire process has to change to make sure that this is a case where from source to sink, it is green. जहाँ से energy आ रहा है और जहाँ तक use हो रहा है, it is green. And just one thing I want to, you can sit down, no problem. One thing I wanted to say here is that I think India, transportation is a big sector which emits a lot of energy, CO2. And unfortunately, we are building bridges, we are building roads, we are so supply side oriented. But what we are not doing is we are not using that money to improve our public transportation. Let me tell you, even if those public transportation does not run in EV, but on coal, doesn't matter because number of vehicles will come down. So that is what is structural change. You don't have to immediately move to EV now. You at least move from private transportation to good, better, even with AC, because many will not use vehicles if they are not, doesn't have AC. You make it AC, but imagine rather than one person running one car, 20% sitting in one car. There is a huge difference, but we are not doing it. That is the sad. India is one such country where public transportation is not taken seriously. I don't know why. Metros are also something there, but it's overcrowded. Many people still doesn't like to go. Buses are still not safe for you to go. So travel time is so high, who would go? So, you ask somebody who works on transport, they'll say travel time, safety. These are the two most important things for one to be in a public transport. But yep, doesn't work that way.
What he asked confirms your first theory that there's too much of politics in everything. In fact, I mean, what you are saying, there's a narrative building that happens that EV is good, EV is going to solve all your problems. And then you are even barred to, even as an academician, you are barred to talk about the other side of it. Or even what Anamika said about public transport. I mean, there is a lobby which will prevent you from giving any alternative for a very long time. Like now, water transport is a very important area. I mean, I mentioned in my morning talk that JNPT puts 1,000 trucks on the road, but next to the sea, right? We can use the alternate transport of water, but we have not used it. It's not that somebody could not think. It's the geopolitics did not allow us to look at the alternative. It is also the narrative building which he mentioned, or the power, not the soft power, but the third thing that you mentioned. I think it also kind of confirms your question. I think is very valid in that sense that we have to have a holistic outlook, and many times we miss that. And there is always a lobby or the bully which will prevent you from looking at alternatives which can solve your problem. And it actually helps many groups to keep us the way we are. Thank you.
Point was valid about air conditioning and its contribution to the footprint and all. EV batteries in itself, if you look at mining to make one battery and how much consumption of fuel would go into it, and all the other aspects of disposals and all. I mean, if you do the math and you come up with some formula as to how time and resources and footprints, whatever taken now versus again charging where the electricity is coming and all, it's still very debatable. Nobody actually, I mean, it's a phenomena that has picked up, but which is better is still debatable and needs to be debated for a little bit more time to conclude uh, the good and the bad of it. So it's, I mean, you brought one good point battery is another, source of charging is another. So it all kind of right now is in the middle. You know, वो मंथन चल रहा है कि इधर जाना है कि उधर जाना है वाला. But some direction has to be taken. I mean, we are focused on the, you know, carbon footprints and whatnot, what is causing global warming, and that has got a lot of traction. But as Arnab said, in a holistic way, we would need to think about, you know, whether are we to make this better, are we making this worse, the other side of it. So it's again debatable for now. And you know, I mean, as any, when probably the fuel came, when the IC came, this debate would have happened at that time also, good and bad, and over time we figured out something. And this is a transition time to, it may take a decade, it may take more, but something has to be changed, you know, with the demands that are coming through. So
Thank you, Anamika. It was indeed a very different perspective and certainly a very important perspective. And so we will close this session now. We'll have a tea break and we'll have a very small interactive session and also give you a sense of what is it tomorrow. And then we'll break today. Yep. Thank you. Please join us for tea and then we'll come back for a short while.
India is home to over 6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,517-kilometer coastline, Indian oceans have been protecting us for millennia. Now, it's time for us to protect our oceans. Let's start conversations, strive for innovations, and vote for protection of Indian Ocean region. Introducing Maritime Research Center, Foundation for Underwater Domain Awareness.
The concept of the Maritime Research Center, I thought of as a technology-driven think tank because I feel there is a gap in terms of strategy not being backed by sound technology. And particularly when we talk about the Indian Ocean region, there is significant differences in our understanding of the underwater domain. And the tropical littoral waters have their very specific challenges which need to be addressed. And that's how I thought of this organization where we are going to be working on the policy, technology and innovation and the human resource development. Because going forward, when we look at the underwater domain awareness framework, it's going to be a huge opening and there is tremendous opportunities that are going to come. But to have a coherent and a comprehensive way forward, all the three aspects are important, and that's how we are looking at all these things.
MRC is driven with a three-pronged mission to engage with decision makers and policy formulators, to facilitate technology and innovation, to spread awareness and start conversations on underwater domain awareness.
The underwater domain awareness framework is a concept that touches all the four stakeholders. When we look at the underwater domain, there are security requirements, whether it is internal security or external security. Then there is the blue economic requirement. There's tremendous opportunities in terms of shipping, undersea resources, a whole lot of other things. The third is the environment and the disaster management. That also requires tremendous technologies and also proper policies where they can be addressed effectively. And the fourth is pure science and technology. We all know science and technology will be the driver for all things to come. But specifically having science and technology tailored for the requirement is very, very important. And that's how MRC tries to address the UDA framework in a very, very comprehensive manner. MRC wants to be a nodal agency dealing with the UDA framework. We want to look at all aspects of policy. We want to look at all aspects of technology and innovation. And we also want to be a nodal agency for the human resource, multidisciplinary human resource development. Here, when we look at human resource, we are looking at two distinct communities, if I may use the word. One is people who are already in the domain, people who are part of the stakeholders. They have a reasonably good understanding of the domain, but they need to be given the right academic backing and the theoretical understanding or the research background so that they can contribute. So maybe stakeholders can go into the policy level with a sound understanding of the domain. Also, we need younger people to come in. I mean, we have, say, a computer science student, how he can apply his computer science understanding into the underwater domain awareness, or an electronic student, how he can apply his understanding in the underwater domain awareness, or even a law student or a history student, how they can bring value, or a mass communication student, how they can bring value. So we are looking at a multidisciplinary approach and also distinctly kind of make it clear that what they can contribute and how they can build a future career in this domain.
21st century has seen a decisive shift in the global order. The Indian government has demonstrated significant maritime intent with the SAGAR vision of the Honorable Prime Minister. This maritime focus has resulted in multiple mega projects by the government of India, like the Sagar Mala, Bharat Wheel, inland water transport, multimodal transport, the deep sea mining mission, International Seabed Authority allocation. With this strong maritime intent, India is well positioned geographically and geostrategically to play a leadership role in the region. The tropical littoral waters present unimaginable living and non living undersea resources. The economic opportunities in the Indo Pacific of the global commons as a facilitator for economic growth are waiting to be explored. It also comes with its fair share of challenges. The Indian Ocean region today is at the risk of facing political challenges like volatility, fragmentation, instability, lack of synergy among nations in the region, overdependence on extra regional powers, economic challenges like inequalities, growth challenges, lack of big investment, and technological challenges. There is one promising solution. The Underwater Domain Awareness Framework proposed by Maritime Research Center provides a solution to these challenges and opportunities. Let's understand the UDA framework in its horizontal and vertical construct. Four stakeholders of UDA are maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and science and technology. The horizontal construct looks at resource availability in terms of technology, infrastructure, capability, and capacity. The vertical construct gives a hierarchy for establishing underwater domain awareness. Ground level looks at sensing underwater domain for threats, resources, and activities. The second level makes sense of the data gathered for security strategies, conservation, and resource utilization plans. The third level formulates and monitors regulatory framework at the local, national, and global level. In this way, the Underwater Domain Awareness Framework provides a comprehensive way forward for stakeholders to interact and solve multiple challenges being faced by the nation today. The Group of 20 represents world's major economies, 80% of the world GDP, 75% of global trade, and 60% of the world's population. This year, under the Indonesian presidency, the G20 is focusing on the theme Recover Together, Recover Stronger. The Indonesian presidency has set three pillars for its term: global health architecture, sustainable energy transition, and digital transformation. The UDA framework proposed by Maritime Research Center talks about pooling of resources and synergizing of effort across multiple stakeholders, such as maritime security, blue economy, disaster management, and science and technology. The three agenda points of the G20 summit meeting are explicitly addressed by the UDA framework as follows. Post the pandemic, the global health architecture has become a prime concern. Fresh water is the most critical component of human survival. UDA will play a key role in real-time monitoring and effective desiltation of the freshwater systems, as well as acoustic capacity building for water resource management. The underwater domain is a storehouse of energy with both conventional and unconventional alternate energy sources. The UDA framework will be a significant driver for effective and efficient extraction of these resources for a sustainable energy transition. The UDA framework will play a key role in the digital ocean vision, with science and technology lead, artificial intelligence, and underwater robotics based data analytics. UDA aims at achieving effective governance in the Indo Pacific strategic space through a digital transformation. India will assume the presidency of the G20 for 1 year, from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2022. India's presidency at G20 summit would consider introducing the UDA framework for a comprehensive policy and technology intervention with acoustic capacity. The entire Indo-Pacific strategic space can be included for the implementation of the UDA framework, which will allow all the member states to participate enthusiastically and place India in a very good position to play a leadership role in the G20.
The 21st century is witnessing unprecedented strategic interactions in the Indian Ocean region IOR. The global power play is unfolding in the tropical littoral waters of the IOR. The region is also experiencing dramatic consequences of climate change, including sea level rise and warming ocean temperatures. This plethora of challenges and the regionalism has ensured that the IOR remains underdeveloped. The Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, was formally launched at the first ministerial meeting in Mauritius on 6-7 March 1997. It is a dynamic intergovernmental organization aimed at strengthening regional cooperation and sustainable development within the Indian Ocean region through its 23 member states and 10 dialogue partners. The IORA nations need to be extremely creative to appreciate the potential in the region and formulate their strategy to harness the opportunities. The four major broad opportunities are living resources, transportation, petroleum and minerals, along with science and technology. The Underwater Domain Awareness UDA framework proposed by the Maritime Research Center, MRC, Pune, progresses the digital oceans construct to ensure good governance across the entire IOR. The transparency as a result of effective realization of the digital oceans will serve all the four stakeholders, namely maritime security, blue economy, environment and disaster management, and also the science and technology providers.
The genesis of the UDA Digest was to provide a platform to present the multiple dimensions of the UDA framework. The 2-year-old platform has come a long way in generating the body of work to demonstrate the wide spectrum of stakeholders, disciplines, applications, dynamics, and more.
Underwater domain awareness, UDA, in simple terms, is a desire to know what is happening underwater. The Indian Ocean region, IOR, is of immense strategic importance. Countries in the Indian Ocean region vary in many areas, including economic development, demography, ethnic and sectarian issues, relations with neighboring countries, and more. These challenges are compounded further by the actions of the extra-regional powers. India, as the lead player in the IOR, has a lot at stake. The key is in capacity and capability building. We need pooling of resources and synergizing of effort at national and regional level. India must take a lead role in driving underwater domain awareness to realize this vision.
UDA Digest has emerged as a platform that is willing to give space for quality content so that we can deliver in a simple yet nuanced manner. Hi, I'm Nishtha, and I am the editor of the UDA Digest emac. Ever since I took over as the editor of the magazine, I've only seen exponential increase in the readership of the magazine. Some of the domains under which we expect our experts to write for us are blue economy, underwater archaeology, geopolitics and IR, science and technology, maritime security, marine environment, and so on and so forth.
Become a part of our UTA Digest community
Are there?
to dive into an underwater adventure coming to your inbox every month.
मेहुल कोई बाहर है क्या? नहीं मैडम नहीं और
India
Students तो नहीं है?
is home to over
Okay, ठीक.
6% of global marine diversity. Over a 7,500
Okay, welcome back. Just want to give you a heads up on the whole plan and the young students who are here and faculty members who are here. This is a series of 4 workshops, as you must have read. The first 5 days from today to 10th is policy, where you will meet a lot of diplomats, strategists, people from international organizations to give you a larger perspective on what it is. The second workshop, workshop number 2, starting from 13th to 17th, is focused on technology. We have multiple speakers, people from somebody from CDAG going to come and talk about the high performance computing work that they're doing. They're part of the National Supercomputing Mission. A friend of mine from IBM Global is going to come and talk about quantum computing. He's been into this for a very long time. Then we have Manas, who will be talking about the metaverse, because that's another big platform which is important, because when we talk about digital ocean, there is a lot to be done. And then my own team member, Sridhar, will be talking about AI in the underwater domain and also talking about some of the projects. Then you'll also have every day evening, starting from tomorrow, our MRC research fellows talking about their work. So every day you'll get to meet 2 or 3 people who will talk about the different projects that we are doing, and you'll get some ideas, and I'll be happy to answer questions during breaks, or otherwise also we'll organize a couple of sessions. I mean, something like this. Today we have very small numbers, so but then also people from the industry will be coming and talking to you. Bharat Forge is going to be represented. Indian Navy also will come and speak. Indian Coast Guard will come and speak. And then also we will have people who have been policy makers in the country, and they'll give you a very different perspective. I will also request all of you to do a bit of writing for us, in the sense that whatever are your ideas, because based on that, we have, apart from the certificate that you will get for participating, we will also be happy to offer you some surprise. It could be an internship, it could be a fellowship, depending on the kind of work. I mean, your ideas, I don't want to give you any specific directions. Please go to our website. There is a UDA Digest platform. If you just Google UDA Digest, you will get so it's a platform where you will get a lot of ideas. There are more than 80 articles there covering the various aspects of the UDA. Our website also has a lot of inputs that are there. So just pick up anything that you want to talk about and just give us about 500 words article. And that article will be evaluated and we'll come back to you. Please don't worry about the language and all that. We just want to see what are your ideas, and if those ideas are good, and even you'll be watching the presentation by our research fellows. And also, you know, all these resource person that are coming, just put your thoughts. I mean, it could be a project that you want to pursue, it could be some advice that you want to give us, but make it holistic, right? I mean, make it something which is worth discussing, worth taking forward. Are you with me on this? I mean, don't worry, आप हिंदी में लिखना चाहते हैं तो I have no problem. Even आप मराठी में लिखना चाहें तो मुझे प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मुझे आपसे कनेक्ट करना है. Are you with me? इंग्लिश में ही लिखना है वो जरूरी नहीं है. मैं नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगा, आप मराठी में लिखोगे, but I will get it evaluated by somebody, and I can even sit and talk to you. Okay? So the first 2 workshops are in COEP. In the third workshop, we are going to go to Malwan. We have arranged everything. There is a vehicle which will go, 45-seater bus which will go, AC bus. Their resort is booked, accommodation is booked, everything is taken care there. Here at least you have to, I mean, for non-Puneites, you have to make your own arrangement for accommodation. But Malwan, everything is taken care of. And Mehul, just note down all these people who are here, because I would like to give you preference. I mean, we would like you to attend the entire set of workshops, and for Malwan, because we have limited seats, because काफी लोग change होंगे, but all of you will be very happy if you attend, and I'll request you to attend all the sessions. Tabhi, because we have taken a lot of pains to, you know, organize. I mean, Anamika has flown down from Guwahati. She's a professor in IIT. She has a lot of tight schedule, but she has been kind enough to come all the way for this. And Vajra Mudgal has come from Delhi.
he's a very senior diplomat, अभी भी बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, busy हैं, वो आए हैं, 3 दिन रुकेंगे यहाँ पे, तो audience नहीं होगा तो बुरा लगता है उनको भी. तो मेरी आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि प्लीज अटेंड ऑल द सेशंस, एंड आई कैन एश्योर यू आपको बहुत बेनिफिट होगा. एंड वी वुड लाइक टू बिल्ड अ रिलेशन विथ यू in the long term. Even online also there are people, and we will be issuing certificates to people who have attended this whole workshop. So and as I said, please do some writing, so that we are able to kind of take some ideas from you. And also we will be the idea is to build a connect, and as I said, we have certain opportunities for internships and fellowships, and we'll be very happy to associate and work with you. Is that okay? Any questions from anybody? I mean, any doubts or any comments, any discussion? Yes sir, please. बैठ के बोलिए sir, please don't get up. Yes, audible. Yeah, एक मिनट माइक ले लेते हैं, माइक दे दीजिए.
Hello. Yes, sir. Thank you for all this wonderful workshop and everything. You're adding to our knowledge. First of all, I'm happy to attend these sessions. I want to raise one point. See, there is one concept. Basically, I introduce myself, Dr. Yogesh Keskar.
Sir.
I'm assistant professor in planning department. I'm basically architect and town planner,
Sir.
urban planner, and I have done PhD in housing. Now, see, if you see the 200 years back, 100 years back, the concepts given, utopian concepts. If you are aware about this, heard about this word, utopian concept by Lee Corbusier and all. So hundreds of years back, they have drawn or something like cities like skyscraper, sky cities. So cities in the like this in a building, you plan a city, which has entire things included into it. Have also tried to go below.
Yes.
Some few structures are there which are underground. Is we are mostly towards this sunlight and natural things are. Since mostly 90%, 70 more than 70% part is the water, and we have some systems, natural heritage. We have rich natural heritage beneath that, and underwater and all. So concept something comes in my mind or some things touch upon it. There are various, not entire settlement like or something like all the city you are building or creating inside the water, but that may be also possible. Who knows? Never knows. But something which is a small scale, like we have some special economic zone or something like that, small areas or something happening. If can something be like that, which is also economically viable, and that is very difficult because of since from oxygen to everything need to provide. But some systems, and thinking in a kind of utopian in today's context, that is a utopian concept maybe.
Sure.
It's a underwater settlement or something like that. That is what I wanted to ask.
Sir, there are two things that I would like to talk about. One is the coastal communities and the riverine communities. We could also think of certain types of designs where we can blend them with the nature, blend them with the ecosystem. And in that, we talk about livelihoods, we talk about a larger technology driven framework where they can live in harmony with the nature. So I'll be happy to work with you or some of your students. We can give it as a project. And India is 7,500 kilometers of coastline, sir. And there is huge amount of riverine communities. How we can, one is our traditional practices of, the construction that we do, how it can be in terms of optimizing the water use, right? That is one concept. But also, how should be the design of a coastal city or a coastal village where it is in harmony with the nature. But when I say harmony with the nature, it is also livelihood is a very important aspect of human survival. You have to be meaningfully engaged and you have to have some source of livelihood. So how to make it in harmony with the ecosystem, and it has to be a site specific. So we could actually discuss this and talk about it. Now, what you mentioned, there are some theories that there are some people also working and they've created some prototypes also on that, underwater cities. That's a concept that is being talked about. I'm not particularly done a lot of work on it, or I've not, but I mean, as MRC, we would like to talk about something which is more realistic and which is more. So I'll be happy to work with you and your students where we can develop a couple of ideas. I mean, everything takes a little while, sir. I mean, we.
Ambali wanted to put this point here only that 200 years back also, this was, no one was thinking that it is realistic, but only the Corbusier gave that
Yes.
The city, which is a utopian concept. That's why I used a specific term. And also, I would also like to think on or work on if it is very interesting underwater research and all. As you said, rightly said, livelihood is also very important because everything revolves around that economy and all. And that's why specifically that framework can be developed in such a way whether that load in this urbanization load particularly can be reduced or something, a design intervention or technological intervention. Design is one aspect, but technology is most important aspect.
Yes.
Design. The third is some aspect which you said that also need to socio-economic.
Yes.
Socio-economic, cultural.
Yes.
These four aspects are very interesting.
Absolutely.
Definitely, sir. If you are positive, I like to
we
work
will
on
be
it.
happy. I mean, in fact, I had a student from Kerala, student from Kerala who architectural student who came to me and said that, sir, I would like to work with you to design what should be the design of a maritime research center in India. So that's a very interesting thought, and we started off working, but I think that girl could not continue. But she came all the way from Kerala to Pune to come and work with us.
Yeah, one structure is initially started with a feasible, maybe feasible or something like that. And in terms of talking at a larger scale, sustainability included into socio-economic, socio-cultural, and another technological and like design oriented.
Yes, yes.
4-5 points considering the small city, small hub that can be
absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'll also work on.
Fully with you, sir. Even climate resilience is today talked about. Climate resilient designs are being discussed. So certainly we'll be happy to talk and work on that. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? आप लोगों में से कुछ?
Good evening, sir.
Hi.
My name is Shreya Wagmare. I am from VIIT College and currently I am in the final year of civil engineering. So my question is, because of this workshop, we got to know about the MRC, what foundation is actually working for, what is actually needed right now. So my question is that what are the key skills that you look into a student for the as an intern or as a researcher in your domain? So that talking about my background, I have been doing research from last 2 years in transportation sector, mainly in road network. So I have a patent, a copyright, and a research work also. So in that, in last 2 years, I have been learning about the how we can learn through mistakes, how we can go through failures. We need immense patience also, consistency also. So my question is that I have applied for the internship also. So my question is that what are the key skills that you are looking for to be in the MRC?
Oh, okay. Thank you for this question. No. Key skill is attitude. If you have the right attitude, I think we have the team which can give you the inputs that are required. I mean, see, learning is something which cannot be imparted. It has to be acquired. I cannot teach you. You have to learn. I mean, we will provide you the best resource person. I mean, if you just see this workshop, the kind of people who are coming, you cannot imagine getting it under one roof. But it is not about what they are going to say. It is about you have to adapt. I mean, you have to absorb it, right? So that is what is required. So if you are ready to learn, we can give you a lot of resources and a lot of inputs that are required, and we will guide you. And we provide an ecosystem where there are students from all kinds of background, and the culture is what we give you, right? There are people who come from, I mean, I'm not saying IIT is different from anything else, but there are children who come to us and they show very positive attitude. Even IITs, there are some students who cannot present a very good attitude, but most of them, are quite good. So you will work with them. My team works very hard. That much I can assure you. I mean, if you can wake up at 2 in the night and you have a query, you send me a WhatsApp or my team. By morning, you will definitely get a response. So it is all about you. If you are keen to learn, we are there. We will work throughout the night, and we'll work to satisfy your requirement, and whatever questions you have, we'll try to answer. And if we are not able to do it, we reach out to the best people, and we'll make sure that the answer will come to you. So definitely, I mean, that is the only requirement. Is that's why I said, by the end of the 3 workshops, I would like you to come up with some ideas. And कैसे भी लिखो उसको. Don't worry about कि आपको अच्छा English नहीं लिखने आता है. I mean, see, if you have been taught in a vernacular medium, that's not a limitation as far as we are concerned. If you can think logically, think clearly, that is our effort to find out what you have written. Or I can talk to you. I'm happy to, I mean, you come and talk to me, sir, these are my ideas. But spend a little time, usko thoda mature karo. Not that आप 5 minutes में कुछ लेके आ गए, or don't submit it like that. In fact, I'm going to be there throughout. So all the people who are consistent, I'll be happy to interact with them. And I want you to write, because even writing is very important. And I would like to put it in our UDA Digest article so that the whole world can read it. I mean, online, there are people who have registered from abroad also. So at least let them know that you're a smart person, you're a wise person who is writing. That's why writing is important. So if there is a bit of support required for the language, I have an editorial team which will help you doing that. But what is important is your idea, and that you have thought of something. And you can think only if you're absorbed. So don't go with a preconceived notion. Every day there will be an important speaker who will come and say a lot of things, will give you a lot of idea. I mean, today you can imagine what kind of inputs Anamika came and brought. I mean, that's a very different kind of a perspective. I mean, many of our technology students are not normally exposed to it. And that will make you a far better person, a far more inclusive and a complete person. So you go through all the inputs, ask questions. आप शुरू से अगर कुछ सोचना शुरू करेंगे, then you will have questions and you will have interest in learning. So you'll be more interactive, and I'm happy to support you asking questions. If we are running short of time inside, there is time outside to talk to them, and you can see they are more than keen to talk to you. Are you with me or not?
Yes.
So absolutely, I mean, it is only the attitude. I mean, I'm not worried about what you know before. If you are ready to walk with us, we are ready to run with you. Okay?
Yes, sir. I will try my best.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Any comments? Anybody? Okay, so we will end the session for today. But tomorrow I'll request you to please come on time. By 9 o'clock, I'll request you to be there. We have a panel discussion tomorrow morning on the skilling ecosystem. And we have some very good speakers from all over. The Vice Chancellor of Skilling University, Maharashtra, is also going to be there. And Ambassador Mudgal will be chairing that session. And Anamika will also be part of this. Shri Praful Talera will be there. And we will also have Vedmani Tiwari, who's the CEO of the Skilling National Skill Development Corporation. So it's a very, very rich panel, and I would like all of you to please participate. So please be on time. And all these people who are there today, you are definitely marked, and we would like you to continue with a positive frame of mind. And thank you very much. So we'll end for today. Oh yeah. One sec. Okay, there's an online question. So just to answer that, yeah, certainly. I'm just saying UDA Digest has multiple dimensions, because somebody who's getting exposed to the underwater domain, you may, require a bit of support. So UDA Digest is a very good platform where you have all kinds of different dimensions of, depending on your interest. Please feel free to go through them and, build up. I mean, you can read that. And even if you go to our website also, you'll get a lot of material. And yes, of course, it has to be related to the underwater domain, right? So I hope I've answered that question. Thank you.